www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Tumelang, and welcome to the final day of the SADC-PF's 58th plenary assembly that is happening right here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Libito laka ke Tshepo More.
Hola, good morning, Sanibonani, bonjour, Kamalam, Dinguthembi Nkosi Ngoma. And of course, it is day 5 of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session. And we're coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center.
Good.
Yeah.
There is nothing on the autocue, however, we do know that today we have journeyed together from the opening ceremony's promise, and things have sort of disappeared on the autocue right now.
Oh, I know.
It has disappeared.
Impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC-PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams, @Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADC-PF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Dumelang, goeiemorgen on this cloudy day here in Durban. And of course, it is the SADC Plenary Forum, which is, this is the final day. Of course, we've been here this whole week from the 30th of November to the 5th of December. And of course, libitso la ka ke Tshepo More.
Bonjour, hola, sanibonani molweni, igama lam ndinguThembi Nkosi Ngoma. Indeed, it is day 5 of this 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum, and we're coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel. We have journeyed together from the opening ceremonies promised on Sunday through the deep deliberations on Monday's symposium to the substantive formal plenaries of Tuesday and Wednesday.
That's correct, Minkosi, and a journey marked by substance and ceremony. Now, we heard the collective voice of the region through country statements from all member statements. We witnessed the infusion of new energy as new members took their oaths of office. And we saw the foundational work of this forum solidified with adoption of key committee reports in the week. The stage is now perfectly set for a conclusion.
And according to today's order paper, this final day is about consolidation, declaration, and closure. The business is clear and weighty. The Assembly will first consider and adopt 3 critical reports: the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development, and the report of the joint sitting of standing committees.
Of course, this sequence underscores the forum's unwavering commitment to gender equality, youth development, and integrated regional oversight. Now, following these adoptions, the plenary will shift to its final formal acts. The presentation of the official communiqué, which will encapsulate the resolutions and direction from this entire assembly, and the closing statement by the President of the SADC-PF, the Honourable Speaker, Mr. Thierry.
Indeed, Tsepo. And with that, the 58th Plenary Assembly will be adjourned, marking the official close of this historic gathering. So today is about tying together the threads of a week's work into a binding regional parliamentary consensus.
Now, we are here to bring you every moment. Now, our live build-up continues right now with analysis and reflections on the week's activities. Then, at 9 o'clock sharp, we will take you live into the chamber of the commencement of this final decisive sitting.
And first of this morning, let's revisit a country statement delivered by the leader of the Malawian delegation.
Chair and the House, allow me to start by standing on the salutations already observed. I present the country report for the Parliament of Malawi on the 58th SADC-PF Plenary Assembly, as guided by the Right Honourable Speaker for Malawi, Samir Suleiman, who is actually present in this House. Madam Chair, allow me to begin by commenting on issues of tariff on trade and SADC member states. Malawi was among the 32 countries eligible for preferential treatment under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. During this period, Malawi's exports to the United States through AGOA increased by 6.5% That's from $15.9 million from June 2022 to $16.94 million as of June 2023. And the Malawi's export basket was dominated by unprocessed agricultural goods. The termination of AGOA has significantly affected the country in terms of country balance of payment. In order to lessen the impact of the AGOA termination, Malawi has put in place a two-track policy response: short-term measures aimed at stabilizing foreign exchange and manage export proceeds. In the medium-term reforms to support value addition and industrialization. Further to that, Malawi is pursuing bilateral and multilateral trade routes, including the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, where efforts are being made to domesticate the agreement and its protocols. Malawi has also gone into open trade negotiations with East Asian and European partners to diversify export markets. Madam Chair, allow me to comment a bit on Malawian women that work very hard to make ends meet by crossing borders to other countries to buy merchandise. Most of them come to South Africa and also Tanzania. But the hassle they experience on police roadblocks is unprecedented. We talk of Malawi, the region, as one, but the experiences are just too much in terms of the treatment that individuals receive when they cross borders. I think as a region we need to look into this matter. Allow me, Madam Chair, to move on to mineral mining and distribution. In the past 10 years, the government of Malawi has made significant progress in reforming the mines and minerals sector. This includes the enactment of new laws by Parliament. For example, Parliament passed the Mines and Minerals Act of 2023, which is the primary legislation for governing and regulating the mining sector. In addition, the government drafted an artisanal and small-scale mining policy to formalize and stimulate ASM operations by administering and regulating and facilitating the growth of the subsector. As part of the reform agenda, government established the Malawi Mining Investment Company, MAMICO, which is a state-owned enterprise established to promote the optimal development of Malawi's mining sector, aimed at maximizing national revenue and social benefits. Operating under the Malawi Development Corporation Holdings Limited, MAMICO aligns with national development goals, notably the Malawi Vision 2063, which highlights mining as a priority sector under the industrialization pillar. The mining and minerals sector is challenged by the lack of specific legislation to regulate contracts and eradicate corruption-related activities. The government is fully aware that the mining sector has few experts specialized in mining, minerals processing, geology, environment, land and physical planning, which makes it difficult for the country to negotiate mining and exploration contracts from an informed position. In order to address the situation, public universities, Honorable Chair, were encouraged to introduce specialized programs targeting the mines and the mineral sector with the aim of having more and well-trained experts in the field. Allow me, Madam Chair, to move on to perpetual succession of Parliament. The Constitution of the Republic of Malawi vests all legislative powers of the Republic in Parliament. Parliament consists of the National Assembly and the President as head of state, with powers and responsibilities set out in the Constitution. Section 8 of the Constitution binds Parliament to ensure that its deliberations reflect the interests of all Malawian people and that the values expressed or implied in the Constitution are furthered by the laws enacted. Section 66 of the Constitution states that the National Assembly shall have powers subject to the Constitution to receive, amend, accept, or reject government bills and private bills. Parliament repealed the 1994 Constitution provision for a Senate, thereby making the Parliament of Malawi unicameral legislature. The members are directly elected in single-member constituencies using the simple majority first-past-the-post system. The members serve 5 years term. The current Parliament was inaugurated in September 2025 after the general election with our new Speaker, Right Honorable Samia Suleiman. The election of members is governed by the Parliament and Presidential Election Act of 2022, which harmonized the presidential, parliamentary, and local government elections with the Constitution Amendment Act of 2021 and the Parliamentary Service Act of 2021. Parliament has been granted increased operational autonomy. Madam Chair, I would like to move to protocol on the modalities of operations of the SADC Parliament. Malawi was one of the first countries to sign the agreement amending the SADC Treaty to establish the SADC Parliament following the resolution of the 45th SADC Summit, which met in Antananarivo, Madagascar, from the 17th to 18th August 2025. That member countries should submit their comments on the draft protocol on the SADC Parliament. The Parliament of Malawi followed up the matter with the Ministries of Justice and Foreign Affairs on the progress made so far with respect to the comments on the draft protocol, and was reliably informed that the process of consultations with other relevant government institutions was still underway, and once completed, Parliament shall be updated on the same. Madam Chair, now that committees have been duly constituted at Malawi Parliament, including the Parliamentary Committee on International Relations and the Ministries of Justice and Foreign Affairs shall be invited to appear before the committee and update it on the challenges associated with the delay. Madam Chair, I'll move on to inclusion of youth members in SADC-PF country delegation. The Parliament of Malawi recognizes the importance of youth integration into parliamentary activities because youth mainstreaming is critical in propelling national economic development. It is against this background that the Parliament of Malawi constituted a parliamentary youth caucus, which is a grouping of youth parliamentarians with the age bracket of 21 to 35 years. In addition, the current Parliamentary Service Commission, which is a corporate body, has 2 youth members. The Parliament of Malawi supports and is in agreement with the notion to include in the SADC-PF delegation at least 1 youth member who would also form part of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development. However, the allocation of members to standing committees as well as interparliamentary organizations, IPOs, such as SADC-PF, is largely determined by the leaders of a political party. And most of the youth members were allocated to local committees and other IPOs. I move on to violations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Madam Chair, Malawi is a signatory to the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, and the Constitution has a provision for the Bill of Rights that guards against the violation of human rights that have the potential to threaten and destabilize the democratic framework and parliamentary activities, especially violations of freedom of expression and movement. In the past 1 year, the country has not witnessed any major human rights violations that have led to redress interventions by Parliament through laws, budgets, or oversight activities. The Parliament of Malawi is in the process of reviewing relevant legislative frameworks, including subsidiary legislation, such as standing orders, with the aim of moving towards financial autonomy. Madam Chair, allow me to submit the last issue, and this is on the increase in costs for health care services. The Malawi's health care delivery service system has been heavily impacted upon by the dwindling resource basket as a result of the withdrawal of USAID. For example, there are disruption in the delivery of HIV services, which were dependent on USAID funds. In order to absorb the resource gap created by US funding cast to the partners supporting HIV service delivery, the government instructed the remaining partners to continue with the scaling up of injectable PrEP and to continue supporting pregnant and lactating women on PEP. However, the absence of implementing partners and the limit to recruit only continuing clients and pregnant and lactating women may not be sustainable. The funding cuts have left Malawi with a reduced number of healthcare workers. For example, more than 4,500 staff, including 247 nurses, 1,642 health diagnostic assistants, 1,871 treatment supporters, data clerks, and others supported by USAID funding have had their contracts terminated. The funding cuts have also affected outreach services, especially those targeting key populations, adolescent girls and young women, refugees and displaced people, have been affected, impacting prevention and treatment services, and may lead to increased antiretroviral therapy default rates and new HIV infection. In order to mitigate the impact of the funding gaps, government has stepped in by setting up a multidisciplinary country-level task team, which has been mandated to put in place impact mitigation measures, and some of the measures include expanded community health worker or peer-led health services, and integration of HIV services into other health programs. Government, through the Ministry of Health, has developed a plan for HIV commodities, warehousing, and distribution to all the regions of the country. Madam Chair and the House, I respectfully submit the report.
Thank you very much.
Parliament TV, and that was a member statement from Malawi, which was made in the past few days during this engagement. Of course, this is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, and preparations are underway in the chamber on the final and fifth day of this engagement. As you can see, members are starting to get seated as we plan to start this session at 9 a.m. sharp.
And of course, what you can expect today is the adoption of 3 motions. The first one being the motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. That report will be moved by Honorable Dr. Linda Ngumalo, that we had brought her here on Parliament TV to you yesterday. She spoke to Tsepo, and it will be seconded by Honorable Julian Nyemba, the committee member. And of course, the second motion will be the adoption of the report on the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. And of course, the last motion that will be considered today is the adoption of the report of the joint sitting of the standing committees.
Reports, debates and decisions, and in just an hour, the final session of this historic 58th SADC-PF Plenary Assembly will gavel in at 9 a.m. Now, it's been a week of robust debate, strategic partnerships and forging a common vision for our region. Now, as we prepare for today's critical resolutions and closing remarks, it's the perfect time to reflect on a key voice that shaped discussions yesterday. On day 4, amidst the intense negotiations, our anchor Teminkosi Ngoma sat down with the distinguished leader of the Namibian delegation, Honorable Sarah Kuhongelwa. Now, in that exclusive interview, she laid out Namibia's stance on the very resolutions that will come before the House today, discussing everything from parliamentary oversight to regional security and climate action. So, as the delegates take their seats for this final push, let's look back at this pivotal conversation. Here is Teminkosi with Honorable Sarah Kuhongelwa of Namibia. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Parliament TV. Ndinguthembi Nkosi, broadcasting from the sidelines of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly here in Durban. We are now joined by the leader of delegation, the Honorable Sarah Kuhongelwa, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of Namibia. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to have this discussion with us here at Parliament TV.
It's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for having me.
Just to kickstart this conversation, Namibia's experience is central to the theme of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly. Now your nation faces profound challenges from more frequent and severe droughts affecting water, agriculture and livestock. Could you describe how persistent droughts are directly changing the lives of, say, a female subsistence farmer or a young entrepreneur and an ordinary citizen?
Yes, indeed, droughts are more regular and they are longer lasting now, and they are actually even more severe than they have ever been. We have had regions that have had droughts for 7 consecutive years, such that we are actually now as a government contemplating assisting these farmers to look at alternative production methods, because it is no longer enough for us to give them drought relief, because then we also have to give them new stocking breeds, for example, and every year you give them that, it's money into a bottomless pit. And it is not only that droughts causes food insecurity at household levels, it causes malnutrition. It also causes food insecurity at national level, and it drains the state coffers, as I have indicated. I remember the last time that we have had to deal with the drought relief. When I was Prime Minister, the budget for drought relief increased from 800 million rands to 1.6 billion rands, which is twice as much. So that is how impactful drought relief is on the budget of countries. But in Namibia, we do not only face droughts, we also face floods. Sometimes you have a drought and a flood on different parts of the same region in the same year. And then we had COVID. And yes, the impact is heavier on women, who are the majority of the subsistence farmers, and resulting in more exacerbated poverty situation and malnutrition, as I have talked about, and also inequities between men and women. And also it impacts young people more because they do not have accumulated savings to be able to recover after a drought or after a flood. And in addition to that, they have other challenges, access to markets, for example, and in addition to limited access to finance. So it's a serious problem that is exacerbated by climate change that we have decided to mainstream into our national policies, including agricultural policies, so that we can overcome poverty and improve the livelihood of our communities.
Now, Madam Speaker, in response to threats to water and food security in the region, what specific legislative or policy action is the Namibian Parliament prioritizing to build resilience, and how does it intentionally address the roles and vulnerables of women and youth?
Yes, as I have indicated, we have now incorporated into our disaster response also resilience building measures. So we are no longer just distributing food, but we are also helping communities to develop water infrastructures and to be able to harvest water so that they are able to irrigate and not have to rely on rain-fed agricultural production. But we have also prioritized the provision of water within the sector of agriculture and water. And because of the fact that government cannot shoulder the financial implication of the implementation of all of these programs, we are actually enticing the private sector to come on board. And we are collaborating with other governments. For example, with the government of Botswana, we are looking to desalinate seawater from the sea and provide water to not only households but also to agricultural farmers, and then also extend that water to Botswana, which is landlocked.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that response. Now, how is your parliament then ensuring that the women and youth who are often on the front lines of managing water and household food security have a genuine seat at the table when designing these national adaptation strategies?
Yes, we have a community-based systems for developing plans. We have what we call constituency development committees, and we have regional development committees that bring together government stakeholders with private sector stakeholders, community representatives, and traditional authorities to actually assess the needs of communities and guide the formulation of government policies and monitoring the implementation and evaluating their impact in order to ensure that the national response programs are truly responding to the needs of communities and they are impactful.
Now, Honourable Speaker, a critical parliamentary role is oversight of public funds. So how are you scrutinizing the allocation and implementation of climate adaptation budgets to ensure they effectively reach and empower the most affected communities on the ground?
Yes. One, we ensure that the executive institutions, being the Office of the Prime Minister, which is responsible for coordinating disaster risk management, and the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, that is responsible for environmental management, would require ministries to mainstream climate adaptation measures in their policies and programs. And through our oversight activities, through the parliamentary standing committees, we go to communities in order to assess, to get their view on the plans as conceived by the government, to monitor the implementation, get their views on how the implementation is affecting their lives for better or for the worse, and we make sure that their inputs are incorporated into the programs of government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now we know that droughts don't have borders. And now, as a leader from a severely affected country, What specific areas of cross-border parliamentary collaboration within SADC do you see as most urgent to address this shared threat to our region's stability and food security?
Yes, one is to share experiences, to share capacities in terms of skills, but also to develop cross-border programs like infrastructure development programs, and also where we find that there is better capacity for water supply in one country, we should be able to pull together our investments in order to develop that capacity and ensure that the water supply is guaranteed for the whole region. And then to make sure that we develop all the related industries around that across our borders so that we can have shared prosperity.
Now, before I let you go, Madam Speaker, based on Namibia's tough lessons, what is your key advice to fellow SADC parliaments on moving from debate to actionable laws that can truly shield our population from the escalating climate crisis?
Yes, Namibia's experience shows that it is very urgent for us to respond, and to respond not only to address the problem, but to resolve them, as our previous president used to say. As I have indicated, for us, it took only 1 year to double the budget for disaster risk. And that meant actually reallocating money from other equally pressing national priorities. But I have also talked about malnutrition and the household food insecurity and how that exacerbates poverty. And we cannot develop as a region if we cannot achieve improved livelihood for our communities. But where we are to come together, I think there are significant sources of resources within our region. And with a coordinated efforts and sharing our experiences, I believe that we would grow together. It's not a zero-sum game. When we come together, we prosper better.
I know I said before, finally, but before I let you go, Madam Speaker, as a last question, you have been part of this discussion and you've listened to the conversations that are taking place in the plenary. What will you be taking with you back to the Parliament of Namibia?
What I'll be taking back to the Parliament of Namibia is actually to say, let us implement what we have agreed upon. When you listen to the presentation that I made here, I think we have made a lot of progress when it comes to identifying the challenges, agreeing on modalities for dealing with those challenges. We even have model laws, but the assessments are showing that there is a little uptake in terms of implementing these model laws. We have protocols that we have agreed upon, but we have not had many countries ratify them or to domesticate them. So this is now time for action, to implement rather than to talk. I think we have spoken enough. And when we come back to talk again, it will be really to look at how we have fared in terms of statistical targets to implement what we have agreed upon and how that has impacted for the better the lives of our people and prospered our region.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off to speak to us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, viewers at home, time for action and no more talk. And those were some of the views shared here by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, of the Parliament of Namibia, Ms. Sarah Kukhongelwa. Please stay tuned.
You're still watching Parliament TV, and if you've just joined us, we are covering the 5th and final day of the SADC-PF, and this is the 58th plenary assembly of this symposium. The theme is climate change, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation.
And of course, as Tsepo has just indicated, it is a day 5 and the final day of this plenary assembly session here at Courtlands Umhlanga Hotel and Conference Center. And as you can see there on your screen, getting ready, delegates starting to move in, and we expect the beginning, we expect the session to start at 9 o'clock.
Now, earlier, Teminkosi did mention that the order paper is certain motions. Of course, after those motions, there'll be a presentation of communique for the 58th Plenary Assembly, and then a closing statement by the 58th Plenary Assembly session by the SADC-PF Plenary President, and that is the Honourable Speaker, Mr. Thierry. Now, lastly, it will be an adjournment, sine die, of the 58th SADC Plenary Assembly that is happening here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
And one of the key items on the agenda today is the motion for the adoption of the report on joint sitting of standing committees. The committee is chaired by Lesotho's Honorable Mupekati, who is expected to move for the adoption of the committee's report by the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. My colleague, Tsepo Mori, had a sit-down with him yesterday. Let's revisit that conversation.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 58th SADC-PF Plenary Assembly in Durban. Now, in our studio, we have a distinguished guest facing the climate crisis head-on in his nation. Now, from the Kingdom of Lesotho, a country grappling with the severe increasing impacts of drought, floods and storms, we welcome the Honourable Member of Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Honourable Mopekati. And he leads the country's delegation here under the critical theme of the impact of climate change on women and youth and the role of parliaments thereof. Dr. Khati, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Of course, let's start off with informing our viewers. Could you just explain to us how climate change has ultimately impacted the lives of women and youth in Lesotho?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about this critical topic, really. Climate change is a crisis that affects women and young people across the globe, Lesotho not being an exception. How young people get affected by this is that they are the most vulnerable groups of people, women and young people. So they are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change in a manner that, for example, young people are students who go to schools. So climate change actually destroys infrastructure that enables movement of people from one place to another, and young people depend on infrastructures such as bridges, roads, and things like that. So when climate change comes through, and then there are floods, there are all these kind of destructive climate change effects, young people are definitely affected by that. And when we come to women, we know how much of a role women play in our everyday lives and economies as countries. When there are severe droughts, women are the people to suffer first in terms of where do we get water to cook for families. They have to walk long distances to try to access water to get their families running. Access to health care. Once we have destruction of roads and infrastructure, they are unable to reach health services which are actually keeping our nations healthy. So that's really how climate change does affect the livelihoods of young people and women.
And of course, then, from Lesotho's direct experience, what legislative measures has the legislature done in terms of ensuring that you pass legislation or about to pass legislation? Maybe there are bills that are going through the processes of parliament that talk to climate change and ensuring that people are better equipped when it comes to the disasters that hit the nation.
Oh, yeah, of course. Lesotho, currently, as we speak, we have what we call climate change policy, which remains to guide us in terms of how to respond to issues around climate change. We also have what we call Disaster Management Act, which has actually established what we call Disaster Management Authority in the country, which is a body that is responsible really to respond to every event of disaster within the country. But at the current moment, actually, in development is what we call National Climate Change Bill. That is being developed in preparation to be presented in Parliament. What will be good about that bill is that it is now going to translate or convert the policy that we have been using into something more enforceable. Now that it will be a law, it will be an act. So it will then help to make sure that in our every annual budgeting cycles, for example, it will now mandate that there should be inclusion of climate change allocations in the funding and finances. There should be inclusion of maybe disaster management. There should be inclusion of, climate change adaptation and things like that. So the response becomes a bit more proactive. It becomes a bit more intentional. Hence, it will become more effective. So that is what has been happening in Lesotho. I'm hoping that in the next year, we will have the National Climate Change Act bill passing through Parliament to become an act. And that's how we are going to now be able to be guided in terms of how to deal with the issue of climate change crisis.
Now, you touched on budget and resources, right? And, of course, a key role of Parliament is to hold oversight, is to perform oversight over the executive, right? Hold them accountable in terms of how effectively they use the resources. And if those resources that were allocated are being used for the very purpose that they were allocated. How is the Lesotho Parliament ensuring that their oversight is effective in ensuring that they hold the executive accountable?
Yeah, definitely that's the role of Parliament. As you mentioned, the Parliament has a couple of roles. One is the role of representation and advocacy. There is the responsibility of appropriation of budget, which is also key. But then there is also the legislative powers that it has. So what Parliament does or should be doing basically is to ensure that they advocate for climate change awareness. They advocate for people to really understand what climate change is and the effects of climate change. That is the role that parliamentarians should be playing. The second role would be this one of appropriation. As we talked about the development of the National Climate Change Act, that is now going to allow parliamentarians to demand in the appropriation of funds allocation that will be very specific to issues surrounding climate change. Right now, dealing with policy becomes quite difficult to play oversight on a policy because it's more of a flexible document that can change positions each and every time. But having a Climate Change Act, it will establish very concrete and enforceable mechanisms through which then Parliament will be able to hold the executive accountable to say, the Act says this about issues of climate change. So I'm very excited to see that bill coming into life. Then, yes, the legislative powers of Parliament will be very specific to the Act. Once the bill comes into Parliament, it is the role of parliamentarians now to make sure that the bill actually passes through Parliament to become an Act and be able to protect the Basotho people against the effects of climate change. So that is our role.
That is great, Ndadekhet. And of course, throughout the engagements that you've been having with the other region leaders, the conversation has been about how sometimes communication between government and communities, it's not as clear, right? Can you tell us about some of the challenges that the Lesotho Parliament faces when it comes to trying to be proactive, trying to vacate people when they do know, when there has been warning signs, trying to vacate people from areas where they know there's going to be disasters? What challenges do you have there in terms of that? And also, what challenges do you have in ensuring that people get the message?
Definitely the issue of disaster response always boils down to resources. One, do we even have effective early warning sign systems that can accurately tell us of what events are coming, the adverse, the severity of those events, so that we actually are well informed in terms of who is at danger and everything like that. That's the beginning of it all. The second is when the disaster does occur, do we have enough resources for rapid response? Are we able to actually rescue the people before damage happens? Those are the issues also to be speaking about. So financing of climate change by itself is the biggest challenge that we face as a country, as Lesotho, but as a region and the world in general, that we do not have adequate financing to be able to put together prevention systems, adaptation systems,
yes,
or even recovery once such adverse events have occurred to us. We need to really speed up on our early warning systems, speed up on our communication when disasters have happened, to coordinate the response. Coordinated response as well is another issue to say. If we have Disaster Management Authority as the only agency within the country to respond to adverse effects of climate change, when this happens in, let's say, rural communities of Lesotho,
yes,
up the mountains, where we don't have offices of Disaster Management Authority, how quickly are they going to receive support? But we need to have this as a coordinated response, where across the entire country we know we are ready, we are set up. Anytime anything happens, we are able to respond to that.
Yes.
Lesotho particularly, we face annually the issue of snow, where we find people blocked on the roads by snow. Head boys in the mountains are being blocked by roads, and we can't access them for food and things like that. These are things that we expect to happen every year. But we continue to face trouble regardless of knowing and anticipating they were going to happen, because we don't have enough resources. As much as we know the event is coming, we don't have enough resources to prepare ourselves to respond to it.
And just lastly, a message to the to Basotho, to the very people that have placed their trust in you as a representative in Parliament, and also as a member of the SADC-PF. What is it that you're going to come with that is tangible change that they're going to see from the SADC-PF, that you're going to infiltrate into the Basotho nation?
The most important thing of us being present in these kind of platforms, these platforms help us to PLN, to learn from other regional players in terms of how they deal with issues.
Yes.
They help to reinforce regional integration around issues of response to disasters. The very same thing I was talking about of coordinated response. Disaster sees no borders. Disaster happens across the borders. Rivers flow across the regions.
Yes.
So if we are talking about drought and rivers drying out, it means if it dries out from Congo, it will dry out until the last country where it enters the sea. So we need to actually have these regional platforms where we share a lot of expertise around best experiences, infrastructures such as the early warnings systems. Some countries are more advanced than others.
Yes, yes.
So if we don't engage in platforms like this to really learn about what other countries do, and then take technologies that come from other countries into our own countries, we are running a risk where the gains and efforts that have actually been achieved by other countries are going to be compromised by the weakness of other countries in the response.
You're basically saying that the chain is as weak as its weakest point.
Exactly. Because let's make an example of the COVID-19 pandemic. Countries could not afford to depend on the strength of their own health systems alone and disregarding the weakness of health systems of other countries, because this is infectious. One country's weakness is going to come and infect into the other country that believes it has prepared enough. So it is quite important really to discuss issues at the regional level and then take all those responses and resolutions down to country levels, so that whatever is being done in Lesotho, we know it is up to standard. It actually is harmonized with what is happening in South Africa, what is happening in Namibia and other countries, because it has actually been proven to work.
And is there a commitment from the leadership of Lesotho that there will be an engagement between policy and implementation, that they will marry each other?
Most definitely. The current administration of Lesotho is very, very proactive, very aggressive in actually getting work done. They are very committed in actually harnessing the expertise across the region and learning from other countries that have actually perfected some of these things.
Yes.
We are a country that has been left behind for quite a long time, but now we are actually exerting our presence in the international and regional platforms. So Lesotho is ready actually to learn and go implement the best practices that could save Basotho.
And of course, that is Honorable Khati of the Kingdom of Lesotho, the Parliament thereof. And he is also a chairperson of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs in the SADC-PF. Of course, we are at the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF here in Durban. Keep on watching Parliament TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV, and of course we're coming to you live on DSTV channel 408. We are at Durban Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center, and it is the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session.
With an overarching theme of the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Those are the engagements that the SADC region delegates have been having with regards to bringing solutions and ensuring that the decisions that are made here will filter down into the regional areas.
And of course, as you can see there, that's at the chamber where the session will be taking place, which is the final session for this week. Like we have said, it is day 5 and the final day of this plenary assembly here at the Durban Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel.
Just to note that over 300 delegates from all 15 membered parliaments of the Southern African Development Community, plus representatives from continental bodies, UN agencies, civil society, youth groups and private sector stakeholders are gathered here to deliberate, strategize and coordinate, of course with the exception of Tanzania.
Yes, and of course the assembly aims to elevate the legislative and oversight role of parliaments, not merely as ratifiers, but as proactive agents shaping climate policy, responsive governance and regional resilience.
Now, throughout all our conversations here on Parliament TV, we've noted that the reason why this theme was chosen, which is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation, is gender responsiveness in ensuring that SADC regions respond with regards to the impact of climate change, especially on vulnerable groups, which is women and youth.
And as you can see there on your screen, the presiding officers, together with the procedural officers working in to kickstart the session for today, which always starts with a moment of silence, so you can expect to see that happening now on your screen. But just to indicate that the key themes and focus areas are gender-responsive climate action. And there's been emphasis on how climate change disproportionately affects women and youth, as Sebo had said, those most vulnerable groups, especially in rural and informal sectors, undermining livelihoods, food security, and social stability.
And of course, as you can see, the delegates are standing up for a moment of silence, which has been the tradition throughout the engagements that have been had throughout this week. And some of the things that you can expect are reports on the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, the reports on issues that have touched on the impact of climate change, but also finally coming to a resolution and decision as the SADC-PF under the 58th Plenary Assembly, which they will account for next year at the 59th Plenary Assembly.
All right, let's hear now as the president of this 58th Plenary Assembly Parliamentary Forum is ready to begin with today's proceedings.
I wish to remind the honorable members that our meeting is all 3 official languages. I'm pleased to notify the plenary assembly that the Parliament of Mozambique has provided proof that they have now settled their outstanding total contribution of $3,000 Namibian for the financing. Yeah. 2024, 2025, 2026. The fund, however, has not yet reflected in the SADC-PF bank account. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mozambique, for your timely response to the plea made by the Treasurer in her report tablet on 2nd December of 2025. Honorable members, let me remind that the House of the procedure to follow wherever you want to speak on any matter as follows. A member who wishes to speak should raise the country tag. I will then recognize the honorable member by country. The member will then switch on the microphone to introduce himself or herself before speaking. No member should switch on the microphone before they are given the floor to speak. Honorable members, for the sake of precise verbatim recording, you are reminded to always introduce yourself with your name and the country whenever you are guaranteed the floor to speak. Members are reminded to adhere to the 5-minute allotted time when speaking. First order, 1 hour. The Secretary General shall read the first order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Motion for adopting of report of Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Senator Linda Nomalo, RWPC member. Please, Angola. Angola.
Eu peço desculpas.
Would like to present our apologies, Mr. President, for this a very short point that I would like to mention. What I was saying, that I was presenting our apologies, Mr. President, for this additional point that has to do with our last day, if we can consider our last day of work. And we feel that we could also add a concern that we have regarding that might be of interest to all our colleagues and also part of our journey. And I would like also that we need to add a little bit of history that for the newcomers that also been joining our forum, so that they can also have knowledge about the journey that we already done, and at a certain time when we start the work of the forum, of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we normally used to do a prayer. And at that time, we used to raise the issue of the prayer, because we have a few people from Catholics, Protestants, Islamic people, and also the others that they actually don't not follow any religion. And then we stop using the prayer, and now we consider the meditation. And yesterday, someone actually mentioned the issue about of a president that actually came with a hat to the meeting. And today I would like to present another issue that, in my opinion, I feel that we also could give the proper attention. Initially, to start our work, the General Secretary we did not used to sit next to the President, actually used to sit here next to the Secretariat members. And then we could also see that the General Secretary that could actually now and again will stand up to go to the President to actually inform about certain issues. And today, and in that time, actually was raised that issue that the General Secretary also was not seated properly because it was not seated in the place where it is seated now. So now we can actually see now that the General Secretary is actually seated now next to the President. And the President actually added to be out of the room, and the Vice President was actually, the Vice Speaker was actually called to replace, and then a Speaker of any Parliament was not called to substitute the President of the Speaker that actually executing the procedures, because that is according to the regulations. Because we feel that our Vice Speakers actually not seated in a proper place, so we need also to take that issue in consideration, because it was actually chosen. So in the same way that the General Secretary that also have the administration memory of all our work, the Vice Speaker also responds for us in absence of the President. Therefore, it's not seated in the proper way that needs to be seated. So I would like to kindly ask and your understanding, so that we can actually correct that, because it should not be seated as we are also at the same level, our level. Actually need also to be changed the place where it's seated. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will respond accordingly. Thank you for your wisdom. Let's move. Motion of adoption of report of Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Senator Linda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move the report of the SADC-PF Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus to the 58th Plenary Assembly hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality, Durban, from the 28th November to the 5th December. I so move, Mr. President.
Any seconder?
Yes, Mr. President, it is seconded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call upon Honorable to present the report. Honorable Linda, Senator Linda.
Mr. President, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to present the RWPC report. I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus to the 58th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table on the 2nd of December 2025. The caucus was composed of the members as contained in Appendix 1. The list of officials and resource persons who attended the meeting are mentioned in Appendix 2 and 3, respectively. And The terms of reference of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, RWPC, are articulated in Article 16, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the SADC-PF and the rules of the SADC-PF's Rules of Procedure. The meeting of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus convened virtually on Wednesday, 15th of October, 2025, under the theme Strengthening SADC Women Parliamentarians' Leadership on Climate Change. The statutory meeting of the RWPC was also a capacity-building engagement whose main focus was to empower the women parliamentarians with the skills, knowledge, and data and evidence needed for them to effectively advocate for a gender-responsive approach to climate action to ensure that the voice of women in the SADC region is heard and that their views contribute in a significant way to shaping the global, continental, and regional climate change agenda. The initiatives of the SADC-PF on climate action, women empowerment, and inclusivity, as contained in its constitution and strategic plan for 2024 to 2028. Mr. President, please allow me to present the summary of the presentations and recommendations to this plenary assembly. Now, therefore, the RWPC resolved to recommend to the 58th Plenary Assembly to do the following: to encourage national parliaments through their relevant committees to amplify the advocacy calls by the RWPC for increased accountability for member states commitments at global, regional, and continental levels on climate change, and to advocate for gender-responsive legislation, oversight, and budget that address the challenges hindering women from participating and leading on climate action at various levels. We recommend that the national parliaments do advocate and oversee the strengthening of capacities of their national gender machineries, ensuring that they are adequately empowered with technical and financial capacity on climate change governance and response. We call upon national parliaments through their oversight and legislative functions to ensure that climate policies, projects, and funding mechanisms are informed by sound gender analysis through an institutionalized mechanism in order to promote gender-responsive climate policies and programs in the Southern African region. We further urge SADC national parliaments to strengthen their oversight by holding implementing agencies and carbon project developers accountable for meeting gender inclusion and social safeguarding standards, and to mandate the use of gender disaggregated data in carbon market project baselines and monitoring. Mr. President, we further urge SADC-PF member parliaments to advocate for gender-responsive legal frameworks and insert clear provisions to ensure fair benefit sharing for carbon trading, access to financial services for women-led projects, protection of women's land and resource rights in carbon projects. In this regard, parliaments must ensure a robust legal framework for climate mitigation, adaptation, and a just transition, and one which mandates that carbon market revenues are invested in programs that explicitly benefit women, such as women's climate resilience funds and training in green jobs. Mr. President, we call upon SADC member parliaments to amplify the voices of constituents, especially those in vulnerable and marginalized communities, in climate policy platforms, and to build cross-party coalitions on climate actions to strengthen collective advocacy beyond political divisions. In this regard, parliamentarians are strongly encouraged to host formal hearings and town hall meetings featuring testimonies from women farmers, entrepreneurs, indigenous groups, and any other groups directly affected by the impacts of climate change. We enjoin all SADC member parliaments to critically scrutinize their national budgets to ensure that adequate financing is directed towards gender-responsive climate initiatives and to track gender-responsive climate expenditures, as well as leverage parliamentary influence to mandate that government procurement supports sustainable climate and development services. Mr. President, we also implore this Honourable House to approve that, subject to availability of funds, the RWPC undertakes advocacy mission in SADC member states to advocate for strengthened women parliamentarians' leadership on climate change, for enhanced oversight on the domestication and implementation of the relevant global, continental, and regional commitments to promote gender-responsive climate action. We further recommend that the SADC-PF, through the RWPC, collaborates with relevant partners to undertake a mapping exercise to identify discriminatory laws and administrative challenges that affect women's participation and leadership on climate change issues in SADC member states. Mr. President, we implore SADC parliamentarians to step up monitoring of government implementation of climate action and ensure accountability for results through thematic reviews into the effectiveness of national climate programs, including progress towards nationally determined contributions, NDCs, and other national and regional commitments with a specific focus on gender-differentiated outcomes and impacts. We also recommend for support of the advocacy work by the RWPC to push for dedicated financing mechanisms for women-led enterprises, as well as for meaningful support for the provided to women's economic empowerment in both green and blue economies. We further encourage the RWPC to leverage its collective power as women parliamentarians to address climate change impacts in the region, including through participation in global forums and advocacy for gender-responsive approaches in international negotiations, for example, under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We also recommend that we facilitate the RWPC in collaboration with various partners to build the capacity of women parliamentarians and relevant parliamentary staff on climate change and the climate action monitoring tools. We also recommend that you enable the RWPC in collaboration with various partners to build the capacity of women parliamentarians and relevant parliamentary staff on climate change issues and climate action monitoring tools. And lastly, we recommend for approval of that the Women's Parliament be convened on the sideline of the 60th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum with a focus on women's participation and leadership on climate change. Mr. President, in conclusion, it is right that just as countries of the Global South are disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change, women are also disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change in their respective countries. It is therefore indisputable that the impact of climate change has the potential to reverse the region's efforts towards poverty reduction and to deepen inequality. Therefore, women parliamentarians have an inherent interest to ensure that climate policy and legislation, which deeply affect the lives of women, youth, children, and other vulnerable groups, is responsive to the needs of these populations. It is also critical for women parliamentarians to remain engaged with and learn from various stakeholders and experts, including the private sector, academia, institutional investors, civil society, as well as other political leaders, to build their capacity and add impetus to leadership on climate change and climate action, as well as to strengthen the SADC regional voice on the global climate agenda. With this, Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator, for excellent report. I shall now allow the second Honorable Nyamba to debate seconding the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Julian Nyamba from the Parliament of Zambia. And honorable members, you forgive me, I had a cough. And my voice might be bumping as I move. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I rise to second and express support for the motion on the adoption of the report of the Region Women's Parliamentary Caucus, which has so eloquently been presented before this august House. Mr. President, one contemporary issue that sharply spotlights the need for gender equality is that of climate change. An important global dimension is that countries in the global south are disproportionately affected by climate change in comparison with climate of the global north. Africa is and remains the most vulnerable region to climate change, despite being the least contributor to it. In fact, climate change is a major threat to the African development, including the attainment of the SDGs. It is projected that current and anticipated changes in climate will worsen, affecting education, inequality, access to resources and services among different social groups. The socio-economic impact of climate change will be devastating, honorable members. Moreover, the lack of women's voice and leadership on the issue of climate change is undemocratic and must be rectified. Mr. President, the capacity enhancement session and the liberation of the RWPC on the issue of climate change provided an opportunity for the women parliamentarians to gain knowledge and skills to facilitate their increased engagement on the theme of climate change, so that through various legislative processes at both national and regional levels, the women parliamentarians can participate in developing viable solutions to issues of climate change. In this way, the SADC region can move towards amplifying the parliamentary voice and especially the voice of women parliamentarians on issues of climate change for the benefit of the region's citizens. As women parliamentarians, we greatly appreciate the efforts made by the Secretary General and her team. To organize this capacity building engagement while organizing the need for increased and deeper engagement on the subject. It is clear that this needs to be done if women parliamentarians are to take their right place at the decision-making table as far as climate action is concerned. We are grateful to all the resource persons who generously shared their expertise with us and enabled us to make the cogent recommendation contained in our report. Mr. President, with these few remarks, I wish to second the motion and I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Nyamba. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Member who wish to debate shall indicate by showing of hands. Now, we give the floor to Lesotho. Honorable from Lesotho.
My name is Makatleho Motswasili from Lesotho. May I write on protocols already observed? Honorable Speaker, I couldn't agree more on the befitting theme of a 58 plenary assembly. Strengthening SADC women parliamentarians' leadership in climate change. Women parliamentarians indeed have a crucial role to play in raising awareness and advocating for gender-responsive actions that should be taken to mitigate and adapt to climate change. It is high time that representation of women is significantly realized in the discussions on policies and laws addressing climate change to shape a more inclusive, sustainable future. Mainstreaming gender-responsive climate change policies is of utmost importance in our region, mainly because women are disproportionately affected by climate change, and their inclusion is crucial for effective solutions. Policies that consider gender can more effectively tackle existing inequalities and tap into women's community leadership and economic contributions. By adopting a gender lens, we will be significantly contributing towards strengthening the effectiveness, fairness, and sustainability of climate policies and actions. Strengthening women parliamentarians on climate change action is imperative, not only to ensure that the voices of women and girls are heard, but also to shape policies and effectively hold governments accountable to their gender-responsive climate change commitments. In Lesotho, we have a saying, Musadi usharati pakabohaling, which translated means a woman holds the reins, highlighting the importance of women in society. In this context, the importance of women in the fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to South Africa.
Thank you very much, President. Allow me to also rise on all the protocols that have been established by the House. Let's welcome the report of RWPC. And once more, record a concern that the SADC protocol on gender and development and the accompanying SADC guidelines on gender-responsive budgeting was amended in 2016 on an existing protocol. But the response in terms of gender-responsive budgets by the member states is not satisfactory. Would like to implore on on our next assembly sitting that we get reports which are effectively showing us an adherence or compliance to gender-sensitive budgets, which will seek to elevate women and their businesses, as well as supporting the gender-responsive climate expenditure, especially with regards to agroecology. In the past 2 months, we attended the high-level round table discussion with all economic development communities of Africa. And in East Africa, there was a very progressive resolution pertaining to agroecology and gender-sensitive budgets, because there is an acknowledgement and a confirmation that women lead in the agriculture sector, yet suffer the consequences of climate change, and there is no support from their respective governments. Therefore, would like to know if ever SADC is indeed heeding the call of 2016 that all parliaments must adhere to gender-sensitive budgets. Over and above that, in welcoming the report, we need to look into the procurements of our member state governments. If procurements of government, we all have prisons, which are correctional services in other countries. We've got hospitals, we've got schools, we've got all these other sectors that government has taken charge of feeding the inmates, the patients, and the school children. Yet where we procure that food is not within the space of locals. We're procuring from outside the government or outside the state. Therefore, we want to implore that our procurement systems as member states must look within the people that are either in agroecology or in any business, especially women, so that we can uplift their businesses and uplift their contribution in society. Lastly, Mr. President, in welcoming this report, would like to welcome the proposal that women must find a way of going around and ensuring that all the governments are in compliance and are adhering to the call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to DRC. No problem. We can move to she is there. Okay. Please, microphone, please. Yes. The floor is yours.
Honorable President, Honorable Secretary General, Honorable Speakers of SADC Parliaments, Honorable MPs, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. It is with a deep sense of honor that I'm talking to you today as representative of the Congolese people, as well as the spokesperson of millions of women that are exposed to the consequences of climate change. Southern Africa is only responsible for 4% of greenhouse gas emission and is at the forefront of the consequences of climate change. And at the core of this tragedy are women and girls. Dear colleagues, in 2024, 60 million of members of the SADC went through food insecurity. We have gone through drought, and 56 million people were exposed to this. Women, 60% of the workforce in Southern Africa, have been victims. We also talk about young girls leaving schools, primary schools closing down, and girls leaving schools not by choice but by need. In Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Madagascar, I've met women that walk more than 50 kilometers per day just to find water. Women that were able to nourish their communities through their fields that have been victimized by drought, by floods, flash floods, and longer drought periods. Their cultures destroyed, their crops destroyed by climate conditions. It doesn't only destroy crops, it also destroys health. Malnutrition is touching and impacting pregnant women in a disproportionate way. After Ida in Mozambique, we have seen a very concerning situation when it came to birth giving. The climate crisis is also an impediment against the fight against HIV and procuring ARVs. The survivors of Ida cyclone were talking to us and telling us that when I don't have anything to eat, I don't want to take my medicine because I feel like fainting afterwards. This becomes a mountain to climb for many girls in the region, because as soon as there is no longer food, it is girls that are used as money or currency for exchanges by being married. We see young girls, young women that have dropped their studies in order to help their families that have been impacted. Dear colleagues, I have to talk to you about very harsh conditions, a very harsh reality. The fact that gender-based violence shoots through the roof as soon as climate conditions become harsher. As Sitengela Mushi was saying it in Zambia, we have parents that receive cows and crops in exchange of their daughters.
Now we move to Zambia.
Thank you. Mr. President, the report by the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus has rightly highlighted that while climate change is a global crisis, its impacts are felt most acutely in our region and most disproportionately by women. We are reminded that unless gender-responsive climate action becomes the norm, not the exception, our progress on equality, development, and resilience will be severely undermined. Mr. President, what stands out in this report is the clear recognition that women are not just victims of climate change. They are essential actors in confronting it. Yet their leadership remains underrepresented, their access to climate finance limited, and their voices too often absent from key decision-making platforms. This is a gap we as parliamentarians have the responsibility to close. Mr. President, the recommendations before us are both practical and necessary. Strengthening national gender machineries, mandating gender disaggregated data, ensuring fair benefit sharing in carbon markets, and institutionalizing gender analysis across all climate policies These are not optional steps. They are prerequisites if we are to build climate policies that genuinely protect and empower our communities. Mr. President, I particularly support the call for stronger parliamentary oversight. Without accountability on climate finance, on national commitments, on the implementation of NDCs, our policies risk remaining aspirational rather than transformational. Mr. President, Parliament must be the watchdog that ensures climate responses are not only effective but equitable. Equally important, Mr. President, is the recommendation to amplify the voices of women, farmers, entrepreneurs, indigenous groups, and other frontline communities. Their lived experiences must inform the strategies we adopt. Climate action cannot be designed from a distance. It must be shaped by those who live its realities daily. Mr. President, this report gives us a clear roadmap. What is required now is political will. By embracing these recommendations, we strengthen not only women's leadership, but the region's collective ability to adapt, mitigate, and thrive in the face of climate threats. I fully support their adoption and urge this plenary to prioritize implementation with the seriousness the crisis demands. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now we move to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Maybe Mbowa from the Parliament of Zimbabwe, and I'm the chair of the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus. I want to come in support of the motion raised by Senator Linda on issues of gender and climate. And I want to share how we are doing it, or how we are in the process of handling issues of gender and climate change in Zimbabwe. It is of utmost importance to note that the government of Zimbabwe and Parliament have made notable progress in recent years to acknowledge and institutionalize the intersection between climate change, gender, and social justice. In this regard, Mr. President, Zimbabwe has established a strong foundation for gender-responsive climate governance through several key legal and policy instruments. Accordingly, the adoption of the Climate Change Gender Action Plan of 2024 provides structured measures to ensure women's participation and protection in climate adaptation and mitigation processes. The National Gender Policy of 2025 therein reinforces these commitments by mainstreaming gender equality across all sectors of the economy, including environmental management and climate change action in general. Additionally, Mr. President, the Zimbabwe Gender Commission Act Chapter 20.31 empowers the Commission to monitor, evaluate, and promote gender-responsive approaches within national policies, ensuring that climate and environmental laws address the distinctive vulnerabilities and contributions of women. Mr. President, together these frameworks that institutionalize women's rights, their voices and roles are at the core of Zimbabwe's climate governance agenda. The Climate Change Management Bill 5 of 2025, which the Parliament is seized with at the moment, demonstrates political will at a very high level. Furthermore, civil society organizations like the Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe, WICOS, and the She Changes Climate Zimbabwe Network are actively shaping climate and gender advocates. They work to amplify women's voices, push for gender transformative policies, and build collaborative platforms for climate action. They have already helped to shape the debate and narrative, especially around water security, gender-responsive budgeting, and the inclusion of women in climate governance are being enhanced. For women parliamentary and other leaders, of course, to turn policy into meaningful change, especially for rural youth and marginalized women, active engagement, the whole of government approach and partnership with civil society are essential. Of note, persistent Our advocates remain key in the key ecosystem. I so submit and support the motion, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now we move to Angola. Honorable Angola, the floor is yours.
Obrigado, Excelência.
Thank you, Excellency. My name is Luis Daniel of the Parliament of Angola. Angola is supporting because we recognize and acknowledge the need for the women in the Parliament in all adoptions so that we continue to fight with this change of climate. We have created, portanto, the charter of the regional charter the fight against the establishment of the mechanism in the region within the parliament in all the parties in events of climatic. And collectively, with all our partners, so we can increase the budget in all the alterations existing, and also to enforce and establish the whole part in the integration with the politics and also in the region and the security that exists and the promotion and the nature of the green economy. Mr. President, the development that is sustainable, the security and the establishment of in the region, it depends on the response that we do on the climate change, including basically in the justice. And also, we would like to need to, as instrument that we adopt sensitive in the gender and the pillar of transition, just that creates employment and building capacity in the women. We cannot, Mr. President, ignore all the problems that we are facing and that are composed with resident and 70% of the food distribution within the domestic market. We need to see also the people that are working in conditions that are extremely harsh. We also depend on all the assertive that are able to respond to all the needs and aspirations of the women and young people, and also severely affected about the drought and the security that is, and the migration of that is. Mr. President, honorable deputies, the impacts that are viewed in impacts, families are being abandoned and the communities looking for the means in order to survive. The women and young women are exposed to these problems in order to even to be exploited. We defend also all the judicial ways, the action that has to do with the fighting of the climate change, the budget that responds to the gender equality, and also applying the democracies that are being implemented. Mr. President, we are the continent that are vulnerable, but also the continent that is suffering more and facing more problems than any other, especially into women. We understand that as parliaments, we have to defend and respond to the crucial points that has to do in the fiscalization, also to do with the politics and acquiring the budgets that help in response to the climate change inclusively. We have the historic opportunity to renew our committed politics in order to help in bringing resolutions to these problems. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Lesotho.
Honorable President, thank you for giving me the floor to rise in support of the motion, which has been adequately moved by the chairperson of the caucus. My name is Napo Mshweshwe. I'm a member to the National Assembly in Lesotho. Honorable President, it is indeed concerning that in this day and age, the women's voice remain hardly heard in the climate change discourse, yet it is women who are more than anyone suffering the consequences of climate change related situation. I therefore appeal to the male colleagues to change their mindsets and support and work together with our women counterparts in forging practical, sustainable solutions. Honorable President, as much as I support that women be empowered to be resilient to the climate shocks and that women parliamentarians be capacitated to adequately take lead in ensuring that women's unique needs are sufficiently addressed, I also appeal to the male parliamentarians to be supported so that we may move together with the same understanding. Honorable President, I also wish to commend efforts being made by member countries to capacitate grassroots communities to be resilient. Allow me, Honorable President, to briefly highlight efforts being made in Lesotho with regard to the adaptation and mitigation strategies. The Lesotho government, in partnership with the UN Lesotho, is implementing a project that is called Improving Adaptive Capacity of Vulnerable and Food Insecure Populations in Lesotho, APCOC, in 3 remote districts of the country that have been highly exposed to the shocks, namely Mafeteng, Mahalesuku, and Kuting. The project aims in enhancing the adaptive capacities and build the resilience of vulnerable and food insecure households and communities, and it is financed through Adaptive Fund. Lesotho also has a project called Renoka, which is a transformative national initiative designed to comfort the escalating impacts of climate change by restoring the health and functionality of the country's critical watershed systems. It involves construction of water, conservation and rainwater catchments on selected areas throughout the country. Lesotho has also made significant progress on renewable energy projects and promotion of climate-smart agriculture, where farmers are assisted to engage in improved farming practices such as use of drought-tolerant and early maturing crops, minimum tillage, crop rotation, and rooftop harvesting. There are also programs on rangeland management, reforestation and land restoration under the Lesotho Highlands and Watershed Conservation Program supported by the Global Environment Facility, GEF, and the Green Climate Fund, GCF. I also wish to commend the SADC-PF for supporting our National Women's Caucus under the SRHR project to engage in community consultations regarding the climate change and the sexual and reproductive health rights, including gender needs in the district of Mafeteng, where significant findings were made. Honorable President, with these few remarks, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much. Now we move to Botswana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My names are Lesego Chombo. I'm a specially elected member of Parliament and the Minister of Youth and Gender Affairs in Botswana, currently chair of the STC on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment at the African Union. And I rise to support the motion for the adoption of the report and to underscore several areas of strategic importance for our region, areas that also reflect Botswana's ongoing commitments and national reforms. Firstly, as Botswana, we strongly align with the caucus call for dedicated financing mechanisms for women-led enterprises, as well as dedicated procurement, particularly within the green and blue economies, and in Botswana, through our quota system, which reserves a portion of public procurement for women-owned businesses. We have already institutionalized the economic empowerment of women and are undertaking efforts to expand them. And I must note that recently procurement in the mining industry was increased to 35%, and this indeed supports the proposal as presented in this report. Over and beyond financing, we are undertaking programs to empower women, such as our entrepreneur program, which capacitates women on climate-smart agriculture. I would like to also stand in support of the proposal for a regional-wide assessment of discriminatory laws and procedural bottlenecks in both timely, I consider it both timely and necessary. Mr. President, this exercise will allow our parliaments to clearly identify where gender gaps persist within climate governance and to allow us to design corrective legislation and administrative measures that are informed by real data, something that we know is currently lacking in our continent. And thirdly, I echo the call for parliaments to move more rigorously to scrutinize national budgets for gender-responsive climate financing and to strengthen oversight of climate-related expenditures. And I must note that through our National Development Plan 12, which was recently passed in Parliament, we have inculcated mandatory gender mainstreaming, obligating each sector, including that of environment and climate, to undertake gender impact assessments in their budgets. And fourthly, I'd like to support the emphasis on gender-responsive legal frameworks for carbon trading and benefit sharing. I consider this timely, and I believe that as member states move towards developing carbon markets and nature-based solutions, it is imperative that women's land and resource rights are safeguarded and that carbon revenues deliver tangible benefits to women. And finally, Mr. President, we support the recommendation that national parliaments should prioritize the strengthening of the national gender machineries to ensure that they're both fully capacitated, technically as well as financially, to lead national responses on climate governance. And in Botswana, we're strengthening our National Gender Commission to afford it the capacity to not only lead responses on gender issues, but also to hold all stakeholders accountable to their commitments. With those few remarks, Mr. President, the report before us speaks directly to the region's most urgent development and climate justice concerns, and these recommendations offer us a pathway towards a more equitable, climate-resilient SADC, and I wish to express Botswana's full support and readiness to work with fellow member states in advancing this shared agenda for gender equality. I so submit, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Malawi. I'm sorry, Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Sua
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President of this session, and respecting all protocol. Firstly, I would like to express our support to my name is Makonyane, member of the Parliament of Mozambique, and also, as I said, I'm starting from supporting the report that was presented. A second issue is that the issues related to climate alterations needs to be considered from two ways. First is actually climate changes at the global level that is actually not depending to us. But there is an alteration in our climate that we recognize. We actually also we help in the destruction of our forestries through countries that actually not protecting the forests, the forestries, and therefore also I would like to ask all the parliaments that we can have a proper legislation that actually prohibits that to happen. We need to protect our forestry, and also because without them, without the forestries, then we actually are not in a position to receive rain. And I would like to say that we have actually addressing this issue with regard also to protection to issues related to gender. And within the Republic of Mozambique, we also have a specific commission that deals with the issues related to gender, and also to with regard to advocacy to this issue, to 150 deputies, 98 are women, and within our Assembly of the Republic, the Parliament is also that, and also the President, the administrative is also is a woman. So we do have a variety of people that actually can do the advocacy in a proper way. Also, with regard to climate alterations, so we needed to face these alterations. And it was a small percentage, and now it's 200% per year. So we need to have quite solid measures so that we can mitigate these alterations at the level of the region and also within the continent. And because we as Africans, we actually also create some level of gases. So within Southern Africa, and we need to be united to address this issue for the benefit of all the continents, so that Africa is not going to be just a place where the climate changes are not only affected because through the certain gases, but also it's also can be caused by the destructions that we have within the forestries and also within the rivers. And also we need to reiterate that within the Republic of Mozambique, we need to consider this issue that is highly important and continue to work in advocacy at the level of government and also at the level of the Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have 7 minutes left. We still have Namibia and Zambia. So I have to share this 7 minutes for both of you. Honorable Speaker, Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable President. My name is Sarah Kubongerwa Madera, Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia. Namibia supports the report and its well-thought-out recommendations. The recommendations would enable our countries not only to give practical implementation to the gender equality and women empowerment initiatives in our respective countries, but they will also ensure that we leverage regional capacities and resources to ensure shared development at the regional level. The importance of access to finance and markets for women cannot be overemphasized. Further, government procurement offers great opportunities for access to markets and can be leveraged to facilitate access to private finance, as well as state financing through cession of contract income in lieu of security, which many women lack. And we also have quotas for women and youth for public tenders and for financing from public financial institutions in order to support inclusive development. In many countries, women cooperatives have mobilized savings to finance women projects. Climate financing can support women initiatives aimed at savings mobilization and also financing of women initiatives. In Namibia, a women's cooperative called Shack Dwellers Federation is one of the largest mechanisms for providing low-cost housing, which enable many women to move from shacks to decent housing, and for supporting women agricultural initiatives. So these recommendations talk to the aspirations of the women of Namibia, and we support them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we give the floor to Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm greatly honored to contribute to the deliberations of this August forum, particularly on the caucus's recommendation for SADC parliaments to amplify the voices of vulnerable and marginalized communities in climate policy platforms and to build cross-party coalitions for stronger climate action. Mr. President, allow me to briefly share what the Parliament of Zambia has done in this regard. We have established the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change, which brings together members of Parliament from all political parties. This platform enables us to work collectively on climate issues beyond the political lines. Through the Parliamentary Caucus, we engage directly with communities most affected by climate change, including rural farmers, women, and youth. For example, the caucus recently engaged women and youth farmers using indigenous seed varieties to adapt to climate impacts in partnership with the Zambia Alliance for Agroecology and Biodiversity. Mr. President, this initiative directly supports the SADC call by ensuring inclusiveness and strengthening collective advocacy for people-centered climate policies. With these few remarks, Mr. President, Zambia fully supports the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and its recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mutita. Now, I call now upon to Honorable Malo, it's really difficult, to respond in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will endeavor to respond in much less than 2 minutes. I want to appreciate the overwhelming support for the motion by all the speakers and the distinguished delegates in this August House, and I appreciate the gender-balanced inputs that we have received from both male and women delegates. That, to me, says indeed the leadership of SADC and all the members are really walking the talk in terms of gender mainstreaming and gender responsiveness. And I also want to appreciate the country presentations. We've had a number of countries who are sharing their success stories, and it is in that regard that we believe that the country missions that we were recommending in our report, the advocacy missions, are going to bear fruit because there's already information that is being shared on successes in other countries. And with that, Mr. President, I thank all the distinguished delegates for supporting the motion. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I put the question that the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus be adopted. Yes. Are there any objections? Thank you. The report of Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus is duly adopted. Second order. Thank you, Senator. Second order. The Secretary General shall read the third order of the day.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development.
The motion for adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on the Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. Honorable Cassandra, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that the 58th Plenary Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development laid on the table on 2nd December 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder?
Mr. President, I, Senator Tato Magomhali from Lesotho, support the motion.
Thank you. I call upon Honorable Kasanda to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the theme for my report is enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of the protocols. Mr. President, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development was composed of the members as contained in Appendix 1. Appendixes 2 and 3 contain the lists of officials and resource persons who attended the meeting. Terms of reference and theme of the meeting. The specific terms of reference for the KWAT Standing Committee are set out in Rule 42A of the Rules of Procedure of the SADC-PF. The committee convened its statutory meeting on 30th and 31st October 2025 at the Premier Hotel OR Tambo, Johannesburg in South Africa. The meeting was convened under the overarching theme, enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of the SADC protocols. The meeting formed part of the Standing Committee session for the 58th Plenary Assembly, which included a joint sitting of all SADC-PF standing committees. The committee engaged in rigorous deliberations on key regional policy instruments that are central to advancing the SADC region's vision of inclusive development, ensuring the SADC region's vision of inclusive development, ensuring that no woman or young person is left behind in the process. The discussions focus on two cornerstone documents: the revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development 2016 and the SADC Declaration on Youth Development and Empowerment 2015. It was emphasized that the task of parliamentarians is both technical and moral, bearing the responsibility of ensuring that national laws, policies, and budgets reflect the aspirations of these regional commitments. The committee's work is therefore aimed at bridging the gap between policy and practice, strengthening parliamentary oversight, and advocating for the meaningful engagement of women and youth in shaping the future of the region. The committee also received updates on the implementation of previous resolutions, including the finalization of the SADC Model Law on Prison Oversight, the acceleration of the GBV strategy implementation 2018 to 2030, and parliamentary involvement in implementing the revised SADC framework for achieving gender parity in politics and decision-making by 2035. Following the presentations on the revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development 2016 and the SADC Declaration on Youth Development and Empowerment 2015, by the resource persons from the SADC Secretariat, Lerato, Moleko, and extensive deliberations, the committee made the following observations and recommendations to the 58th Plenary Assembly. Revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development 2016, noting that the protocol aims for the empowerment of women, elimination and discrimination, and achievement of gender equality and equity across all the SADC region. Observing that 13 member states have signed the protocol and 11 have ratified it, but that Mauritius remains the sole member yet to sign. Concerned that implementation of the protocol continues to be hampered by significant challenges, including resource constraints, coordination issues, gaps in legal enforcement, accountability deficits, and low political participation in women. Recognizing the urgent need for member states to establish robust, well-funded mechanisms to translate the protocol's objectives into tangible national outcomes. SADC Declaration on Youth Development and Empowerment 2015. Recalling that the declaration is a non-binding political commitment designed to promote regional cooperation and integration in youth development. Acknowledging that all member states have established national youth councils and empowerment programs, yet the impact remains limited to date. Alarmed by the persistent challenges, notably the youth unemployment crisis, resource constraints, and weak coordination mechanisms which undermine the potential of the region's youth demographic. Emphasizing the necessity of formalizing and institutionalizing a regional youth body to ensure structured and sustained engagement with the SADC organs, including the SADC-PF. SADC-PF project on enhancing accountability and citizens' participation in regional integration 2025 to 2027. Recalling the SADC Treaty, the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, and the AU Agenda 2063 commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment. Acknowledging the strategic importance of integrating gender perspectives across all interventions of enhancing accountability and citizens' participation in regional integration through regional parliament projects. Reiterating that gender-responsive programming strengthens democratic governance, social inclusion, and the effectiveness of parliamentary oversight across SADC member states. Acknowledging the mandate of the GAWAD Standing Committee to champion gender mainstreaming within all the SADC-PF programs and legislative engagements. Affirming the need for political accountability in ensuring that projects' outcomes benefit women, men, youth, and vulnerable groups equitably. Now, therefore, the GAWAD Standing Committee resolved to recommend the 58th Plenary Assembly to urge member states, particularly Mauritius, to expedite the signing, ratification, and domestication of the revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development 2016 to ensure its universal application across the region. Call upon member parliaments to accelerate the implementation of gender-responsive budgeting frameworks and allocate adequate ring-fenced resources for gender equality structures and youth development programs. Mandate the SADC-PF Secretariat to work with the SADC organ to champion the formal establishment and institutionalization of the SADC Youth Forum as a regional youth leadership body to facilitate structured engagement with Parliament. Recommend the development and adoption of a youth development scorecard to track progress towards the implementation of youth-specific programs and protocols regionally, ensuring accountability and measurable outcomes. Direct member parliaments to strengthen coordination, monitoring, evaluation, mechanisms for gender and youth programs utilizing the SADC-PF scorecard indicators for rigorous evaluation and accountability. Encourage member parliaments to promote legislative reforms to tackle technology-facilitated gender-based violence and digital exclusion in line with the provisions of the protocol and declaration. Advocate for a multi-secretarial approach by ensuring the participation of the Ministries of Finance in SADC statutory meetings to secure buy-in and budgetary allocations for youth and gender-specific resources. supports the expansion of the intergenerational dialogue platforms and the introduction of mandatory youth desks and programs across all member states to formalize youth representation and leadership opportunities. Request GAIWAD monitor progress on gender indicators under the SADC-PF project on enhancing accountability and citizens' participation in regional integration 2025 to 2027 and report periodically to the plenary assembly. Reaffirm the SADC-PF's commitment to advancing gender equality as cross-cutting priority and ensuring that all project interventions contribute meaningfully to the women's empowerment and youth inclusion. In conclusion, Mr. President, the GAIWAD Committee reaffirms its commitment to advancing gender equality and youth empowerment as essential pillars of democratic governance and regional integration in the SADC region. The committee emphasizes that the real progress on the revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development 2016, the SADC Declaration on Youth Development and Empowerment 2015, and the related instruments requires sustained political will, strengthened parliamentary oversight, and adequate national resource allocation. The GAIWAD further underscores its strategic role in ensuring that gender perspectives are fully integrated into the SADC-PF project on enhancing accountability and citizens' participation in regional integration 2025 to 2027, including monitoring progress on gender-responsive outcomes. The committee urges member parliaments to intensify advocacy, strengthen accountability mechanisms, and ensure that development processes meaningfully reflect the priorities of women and youth while appreciating the contributions of resource persons, partners, and members who enriched the deliberations. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I shall now allow the seconder, Honorable Senator Tato Mako, Vice Chairperson, to debate seconding the motion.
A point of correction, Mr. President. I stand here to second the motion, not to support the motion. Thank you. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion so eloquently moved by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, GAIWAD in brackets. In doing so, I wish to underscore the profound importance of this report. It speaks directly to the core principles of inclusive and equitable development to which our region is committed to. The report serves as a critical reminder that while we have established foundational frameworks such as the revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, our journey towards full implementation is hampered by persistent challenges. These include incomplete ratification, gaps in legal enforcement, and the need for greater political will to turn our commitments into tangible outcomes for our citizens. The committee's deliberations bring to the fore that these regional instruments are not mere declarations. They are the essential mechanisms required to empower women, advance gender equality, and harness the vast potential of youth. The recommendations presented to this August Assembly are a clear and urgent summons for us as parliamentarians to accelerate the ratification of outstanding protocols, align our national legislation with regional objectives, and intensify our oversight to ensure that member states honor the solemn obligations they undertake. Furthermore, the report rightly emphasizes that the empowerment of women and youth is not a peripheral issue, but is central to our collective prosperity and stability. It calls for gender-responsive budgeting to be the norm, not the exception, and for the formal establishment of a regional youth body to ensure that their voices are heard and their concerns are addressed. This report challenges us to move beyond rhetoric and champion the cause of gender equality and youth development with concrete legislative action, ensuring that no one is left behind in our shared pursuit of regional integration. Mr. President, this report calls for action. It urges us to match our political declarations with unwavering legislative commitment and to place the advancement of women and youth at the heart of our national and regional agendas. With these remarks, I second the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We have 45 minutes for debate. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by show of hands. Madagascar. Zambia, South Africa. South Africa?
No.
It's
Mozambique.
Mozambique, sorry. I feel home, that's why I always. Botswana. Zimbabwe, huh? Yeah. Okay. Let's move to start from for Madagascar. Honorable, I give you the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis ravie.
Thank you very much. I'm MP from Madagascar. Mr. Chair, members of the Parliamentary Forum, all protocol observes. We cannot deny that violence against women is a human rights violation, which is the most wild in the world. Inequalities, particularly access to education, access to health, succession, the right to ownership, and mostly to political participation. So I'm calling on all of us to honor this collective memory, which is asking us to reestablish the woman in a right. Africa is the only continent which has got a specific convention on the rights of women that is promoted at the continental level by African Union. The Protocol of Maputo, signed in 2003, for which we are celebrating this year, the 22nd year of its adoption, is a legal African tool which is speaking about a large range of questions which are aiming at promoting the rights of women and girls. In February 2025, Africa has had an important milestone because African Union has adopted the Convention of African Union on the elimination of the violence towards women and girls, and taking the opportunity for the floor that is given me to, as a member of this commission, to do the advocacy to you, Mr. Members of the parliament, to support us. You are our voice, and we are calling on you in order to support our solicitation for the ratification of these two international tools by Madagascar. We have to underline that Madagascar is among the only regions of the SADC region that have not ratified this protocol. So I'm joining my voice to the Commission to encourage the countries that have not done it. The ratification of the Maputo Protocol by Madagascar is going to bring important advantages to the Malagasy women, particularly the protection against violence and discrimination, and improved access to the reproductive services and equality in the domain of education, employment, and a very big political participation. And this is going to bring an harmonization of national law in order to comply with the laws guaranteed by the protocol, like the right to life, to inheritance, to property, and the prohibition to forced marriage. We have to accelerate the progress for the on the empowerment of women, girls, and for the social justice that they deserve. And to end, Mr. President and members of the forum, I wanted to insist that we, as women, we are an active force, and our participation in the process of development should be a deliberate choice. And every government, a state government, does not have the choice, or its choice will be to include us in the decision-making processes. So, Mr. President, I support the motion, and I thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we move to Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I rise to support the adoption of this report, allow me to commend the mover and seconder of the motion, as well as the entire Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development for a clear, evidence-based report that speaks directly to the realities facing our region. The deliberations remind us that while we have strong policy instruments, Mr. President, the revised SADC Protocol on Gender and Development and the SADC Declaration on Youth Development, implementation remains our biggest challenge. Mr. President, it is deeply concerning that almost a decade after its revision, the Gender Protocol is still not fully signed and ratified across the region. Without universal commitment, the goal of true gender equality will remain out of reach. Equally, while every member state has youth structures in place, their impact on employment and empowerment remains limited. This is a pressing issue, especially when youth and employment continues to threaten social and economic stability. Mr. President, calling for gender-responsive budgeting and guaranteed resources for gender and youth programs. Meaningful progress cannot happen without proper funding and strong accountability. The proposal to institutionalize a regional SADC Youth Forum is also essential, as young people need structured and consistent platforms to influence regional policy. Mr. President, I also welcome the call to strengthen monitoring and evaluation using the SADC-PF scorecard. When progress is measured clearly, it becomes easier to drive real change. The focus on tackling technology-facilitated gender-based violence is equally important in this digital era. Mr. President, the message from this report is clear. We need stronger political will, better coordination, and adequate resources if we are to transform these commitments into real results for women and youth. With these few remarks, Mr. President, I support the adoption of this report.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable, could you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Kalalwe Mkosa, Member of Parliament from Zambia.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Botswana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise once again to support these recommendations, and I'm very happy to not only be supporting them as a Member of Parliament or as the Minister of Youth, but as a young person myself at the age of 27 years. And I support these because they address the very real obstacles that continue to undermine youth development in our region. And these are the obstacles that young people face each and every day. Firstly, I support the call to ensure that ministries of finance participate in the SADC statutory meetings. It speaks to a chronic problem. Youth programs across the region collapse not because the ideas are poor, not because young people lack passion and commitment and intellect, but because of the limited champions in the fiscal space. And we cannot continue designing ambitious youth empowerment initiatives, innovation and climate resilience programs only for them to disappear at the point of budget allocation. Bringing finance ministries into these conversations from the very beginning is how we stop youth development from being treated as a peripheral cost, but rather as a strategic investment. And secondly, I strongly support the expansion of intergenerational dialogue platforms and the formalization of youth desks. At the present moment, many of our countries rely on informal youth consultations that depend on personalities rather than institutional mandates. And this leads to inconsistency, it leads to exclusion, and quite frankly, a much despised tokenistic approach, much despised by the young people. And youth frequently express their frustration that their views are often harvested, documented, and then shelved. And as we establish these mandatory structures, we ensure continuity, accountability, and protection from political turnover. It creates a governance home where youth's voices are not only heard, but translated into meaningful policy. And thirdly, the call to accelerate gender-responsive budgeting with ring-fenced youth resources. It speaks directly to another systemic challenge. That's the invisibility of youth needs in national budgets. We speak about digital inclusion, climate participation, youth entrepreneurship, and yet the budget lines meant to deliver these outcomes are either fragmented or too thin to ensure or create impact. And our young women in particular, Mr. President, navigate economic participation challenges with limited safety nets and limited capital. And I say limited as a very diplomatic word, when in actual fact it is below limited. In Botswana, I must note that we are curbing this through our mandatory youth impact assessments as mandated by the National Development Plan 12, and we intend that these should ensure each sector to truly consider the value at which our programs and budget allocations impact youth. We're speaking of youth mainstreaming in each and every sector to ensure that the various programs are indeed impacting the lives of our young people. We continue to revamp various programs, including our Youth Development Fund, which is intended to accelerate youth enterprises by affording them the necessary finance. And fourth, the recommendation to institutionalize the SADC Youth Forum responds to a long-standing gap in regional governance. Our young people continue to remain peripheral to regional integration despite being the largest demographic. And without a structured body, youth influence has been happening in episodes and dependent on whoever's invited in the room. And this formal forum will ensure to create continuity, strategic voices, and a mechanism for young leaders to shape the regional spaces. And lastly, I support the call for a youth development scorecard. At the present, we have commitments that are scattered across protocols, declarations, and national strategies, but with little comparative data on what is working and what is not. and therefore a regional scorecard will expose these implementation gaps. It will spotlight countries that are innovating, and it will also create peer pressure where progress has stalled. And most importantly, it gives our young people a very transparent tool to hold all of us accountable to the commitments that we have made in their names. With that, Mr. President, I consider these recommendations ones that remind us that the greatest barrier facing young people is not lack of ambition. It is the absence of systems that are designed with them in mind. And today we're asked not only to adopt a report, but to confront these systemic failures honestly, truly honestly, and to reimagine a SADC where youth leadership is structured, financed, and protected. I so submit, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable members, you are reminded that for purpose of accurate verbatim recording, you should always introduce yourself by your name and the country whenever you give the floor. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Lesotho Chombo from Botswana.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Mozambique.
Obrigado pela palavra. Bom dia.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Good morning, Your Excellency, President of the Forum, Your Excellencies, Speakers of national parliaments, MPs, my peers. My name is Ivandro Masinde, Member of Parliament from Mozambique. Your Excellencies, first of all, I would like to second the motion. Allow me to say the topic under discussion is of great importance for our region. We understand that to strengthen the role of parliamentarians for ratification and accession to SADC protocol is the materialization of our vision for peace, prosperity, shared prosperity in the whole of Southern Africa. Your Excellencies, the impact of the revised protocol on gender and development is positive, especially because it influences to the ratification and domestication of instruments, regional instruments. This results in a better representation of women in politics, decision-making positions. Your Excellencies, we cannot continue to ignore women and youth in our region. The future of our nations, it is not a faraway promise. It is a reality. And that is why I say women and the youth should be enhanced as key players to social transformation that no longer accept to remain silent. I am youth, and in the name of the youth, I say, we, the youth, are the safeguards of hope and the assurance that we will have a better and equal tomorrow, whereby women and the youth come together in order to break down poverty, misery, and difficulties facing nations, in particular women and the youth. Your Excellencies, Mozambique supports the objective of the protocols, such as the establishment of policies to provide maternity leave and gender equality, equal opportunities of access in the job market, to allow women to have equal salaries as men for the same work. There should be inclusion of youth in the marketplace, and for them to take up positions at the summit and council of SADC. We need to support dialogue in the consultations at regional level. To conclude, allow me to say our commitment before SADC is a commitment towards sustainable development and stability of our countries. We therefore urge all of you to strongly promote our role, because the future of our country and our region lies in the hands of the youth, in particular women. Once again, I would like to second the adoption of the report. Thank you so much, Honorable President.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President, once again. My name is Maybe Moa, Parliament of Zimbabwe. Mr. President, I want to come in support of a motion on JWID raised by Honorable Kasanda from Zambia. Mr. President, normally I want to submit or I want to contribute by sharing practical examples from my country, and it helps me maybe to put in a more clearer picture what I'll be contributing. Let me say, at national level, Zimbabwe has aligned its constitution and national gender policy with the protocol, embedding gender equality in law and practice. Firstly, in regards to gender responsive budgeting, Mr. President, after intensive lobbying and advocating by the Zimbabwe Women Parliamentary Caucus and its partners, Zimbabwe formally introduced gender-responsive budgeting into Budget Call Circular in May 2021. When the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development issued official guidelines for the preparation of gender-responsive budgets, since 2022 onwards, gender-responsive budget statements began to accompany the national budget, profiling performance and proposals from a gender perspective. Secondly, Mr. President, on gender-based violence and digital exclusion, our Constitution provides a strong foundation for gender equality and protection from all forms of violence. Section 51 grants every person the right to human dignity, which includes protection from degrading treatment, including online abuse. Section 52 on personal security protects individuals from all forms of violence, whether public or private, which is interpreted to include digital spaces. Mr. President, the Domestic Violence Act, Chapter 5.16 covers emotional, psychological, and verbal abuse, which include online harassment. Furthermore, the Criminal Law Codification and Reform Act, Chapter 9.23 prohibits acts such as cyber stalking, threats, and distribution of intimate images without consent, and this includes the online abuse. Additionally, Mr. President, the Data Protection Act 2021 acknowledges the heightened risks faced by women and children and prohibits the use of ICTs to perpetrate abuse. It introduces provisions on cybersecurity and data privacy, criminalizing and unauthorized sharing of personal data, including intimate images. Thirdly, on youth inclusion, Mr. President, Parliament of Zimbabwe has established junior parliaments, junior councils, and a youth caucus in parliament as formal structures to promote youth participation in governance and foster intergenerational dialogue between young people and policymakers. Mr. President, although a lot still needs to be done, these efforts resonate with the committee's call for a regional youth forum and a youth development scorecard, as Zimbabwe already tracks youth participation through indicators aligned to Vision 2030. I so submit, Mr. President, and support the adoption of the...
Thank you very much. Now we move to Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable President. I wanted to comment, but my comment angle has been catered for, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I call upon Honorable Councillor to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to thank all the members that debated and also supported the motion. Clearly from the debates, we are all in agreement that women and youth need to take up key decision-making positions. And also what came out very clearly was that we need to accelerate the progress on women and youth empowerment and development. And from the debates, it was also clear that we need adequate resources. I think resources is something that we need to look at, and without the resources, I think it becomes very difficult to implement, and it slows down the progress. So having said that, Mr. President, I also took note of the youth structures that were spoken about. I think most countries do have these youth structures, but the problem that is there is also the slowness of the implementation. They are there, but they are not, most of them are not working. So, Mr. President, clearly I have the support of the members. From the debates, it was very clear the support is overwhelming. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I put the question that report of the Standing Committee on the Gender Equality, Women Advancement, Youth Development be adopted. Yes? Are there any objections? The report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, on Youth Development is duly adopted. And now, we still have now is a break time, health break. So I would like to ask all of us to come back 11:30. Thank you very much.
And that is the first session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum of the 58th Plenary Assembly of this symposium. And of course, like the President said, we will be coming back at 11:30. However, Temping Nkosi did have an opportunity to speak to Ms. Dina Pule, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture in South Africa. Let's take a listen to that.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV, coming to you from the sidelines of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly here in Durban, where regional cooperation is at the forefront of the agenda. Yesterday, the plenary considered the report of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action. And this report is of particular interest to Ms. Dinah Pule, who chairs the National Assembly's Portfolio Committee on Agriculture in Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Her committee's work sits directly at the intersection of two major crises facing our region: the increasing frequency of climate-induced disasters like floods and cyclones, and the urgent threat to national and regional food security. With recent events devastating agricultural land and infrastructure, her insights are more crucial than ever. Ms. Pule, thank you very much for taking time off to speak to us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Thanks. Given the recent floods and cyclones like Celeste that have ravaged farms and infrastructure, what is your committee's immediate assessment of the damage to South Africa's agricultural sector, and what are the top priorities for recovery right now?
Look, first we must agree that it's a very devastating situation. The damage in most of the provinces is huge. We've observed that infrastructure has been damaged, road infrastructure, livestock. Farmers have lost livestock. We also, I think the observation is that even general production of crops and other commodities, they have been damaged. And so what we have done is to look at the needs assessment and the kind of damage that is there, and look at what can we bring together as a recommendation to the department and to the provinces, so that they can then try and assist the farmers. Indeed, it's a very difficult situation. So, but what we have done was to recommend that veterinary services has to go into the situation and help those livestock farmers, and also extension officers, extension services to go and assist. The challenge then becomes where the roads infrastructure has been damaged for access and getting out, because then whether it is the marketing infrastructure, it becomes very difficult for farmers to get out or to get in. Again, it is also a challenge where you need to assist, because in case of livestock, you also want to go there and help in terms of fodder and the like, but also those who are affected in terms of food security. How do you then go in there and assist them because of the infrastructure damage? Yeah.
And now, ma'am, these disasters, they don't just destroy crops. They threaten the entire food value chain.
Yes.
So how severe is the immediate risk to food security in the affected regions, and what measures are being considered to stabilize food supply and protect vulnerable households?
Look, what we can do and what we have recommended, and which is what every time when there is a disaster like this we have to look at, is a question first of how do we go in there, how does government go in there and assess the damage, and after that, how do you then make sure that in the short term, how do you supply food for those who are in need and the vulnerable, which most of the time becomes the children and women. And then the third one is to bring the disaster management, which resides mostly in provinces and in the municipalities. So that is what immediate reaction has to be, and what we have recommended that it happens. But the last thing is that how do we then, at the level of the Parliament, try and make sure an oversight or monitor that all these things that we have recommended are happening. Because beyond the fact that you are going to then bring the support that the farmers need, like I said, the fodder for the livestock, the food for those who are in need, that means finance. But later on, you also have to look at the budget. How are you going to then overall assist all the farmers financially so that they can again stand up and be able to work or farm? So we also have a role there to go and check if the money that has been dispersed, whether it is a grant or any type of funding that the Department of Finance or Treasury dispersed to the provinces and the municipalities, if the money has gone to the relevant people.
And I mean, beyond these emergency responses, what long-term policy or legislative changes is your committee exploring to build more climate resilience agricultural systems? And are we looking at issues like crop insurance, infrastructure investment, or even support for climate-smart farming practices?
Yeah, you raised an issue about insurance. It has always been, a sore point. Recently, I think in February this year, 2025, when we visited the Northwest, and again recently, I think now in October, we did oversight also in the Eastern Cape. We visited citrus farmers in the Eastern Cape. The challenge that they had was that when there is drought and when they don't have water, and when they lose their crops, they have a problem with insurance. They say that the insurance is very expensive. They do insure their crops. However, they are not able to cover everything because it's very high. So what they were saying is that we have to try and assist them, and in the legislative element of the committee, try and see how we can assist them to reduce insurance. Look, they do private insurance because we don't have at a government level insurance that would assist farmers. Even if they use, land bank, which is state-owned, they still have to have an element of the insurance that they would cover privately. So that is part that is very difficult. So we have already taken that issue with them, and then we're going to go back as we start next year and see how we're going to be able to assist them. Then on the part of the climate change. What we're advocating for is climate-smart agriculture, to make sure as to we introduce farmers in terms of doing farming differently or doing things differently, looking after the land, management of soil, management of water, and make sure that whatever they have, they can reuse from time to time. So even here at the SADC forum, we have noted that the Global South has been disproportionately affected by climate change, and therefore we have to change how we work. So part of what we're going to go back and do, we've been advocating for that, but part of what we're going to do is to go back and engage with the department and see what measures they can implement or introduce to help more of farmers to be climate smart. Because already it has been introduced, but I think it's at a small scale. So to make sure that we don't have farmers in their numbers suffering, we definitely have to go back on drawing board and see how we can assist.
Just as a follow-up to the issue of insurance, crop insurance, you've indicated the high cost for such insurance, and the need for the development of policies and legislation, but we know those processes takes a little bit longer, and we are confronted with the challenges of climate change right now. Even as we speak, there's lots of devastating floods that are across the country. So what plans does your committee have to engage with the insurance providers whilst we await those other processes?
Yeah, we are going to, as I said earlier on, that in the next year, in the beginning of next year, we have prioritized to do that. We will start with the land bank, which is state-owned, and then we will engage with the other, banks. We have banks that government are working with now, especially on the blended finance. So we're going to go to those ones again. But in the meantime, there is no way that we can wait and say we are going to wait for insurance. What we are advocating and what we are actually requesting the department to do is to make sure that there are grants that are going to help in the disaster situation, because we can't wait and say farmers must wait until they have a proper insurance. So there are grants that are there that farmers are assisted from time to time. So we just have to make sure that the grants that the government disperses to farmers for assistance in times of these climate change disasters, that they go to the right people and that they're dispersed properly, and that they do, the funds actually support the farmers as they need that support, yeah.
Now, Ms. Pule, here at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the theme is regional collaboration. So how can the SADC parliaments work together to address these transboundary climate threats to agriculture? And is there a role for shared early warning systems or coordinated disaster response protocols?
Yeah, in the discussions this week, I have noted, and I was happy that, all the countries on the SADC Parliament are agreeing on collaboration and working together for early warning systems, so that whatever early warning systems that the South African country has can be shared with other countries, and that if other countries have some sort of work that they've started, we can collaborate and work together. And even yesterday when the agriculture report was presented, the issue was that we have to make sure that we work, because look, climate change and the damage and these cyclones, they are not country bound. They are cross-country bound. They devastate every country, so it doesn't look as to where are you. So it's very important that as we sit here, all of us agree that we have to share, we have to collaborate. And the other thing that we have agreed is that upon is that SADC Parliament has to make sure that we legislate on some of these issues, whether it is around funding, whether it is around smart agriculture, climate smart agriculture. So we have to share. Look, there is a resolution that was taken in Kampala. We call it the Kampala resolution, and that resolution talks to the fact that if countries can take 6% of their overall budget and use it for agriculture, it would help a lot, both for these disasters and also for food security. However, countries have not started to do that. We still wait for that day when South Africa and the other countries are going to prioritize at least a higher budget for agriculture than everything. As much as we know that we're competing, but agriculture is about food security, and therefore we have to concentrate on it.
And you know that Parliament recently came from the process that is known as the budget review and recommendations reports, and that is which will filter down to which filters down to the medium-term budget policy statement, and virtually informs the budget which we expect to be delivered next year. So, have you made any contributions in your BRRR report to ensure that that message gets through to those who are responsible for our budgeting?
Yes, we have done that. We have made that recommendation in the BRRR. That recommendation has gone to the minister, and we hope that it will come back positive from Treasury. Again, you know, people will raise the issue around whether if agriculture gets that budget, is it going to be used, and it's going to be used properly. The commitment that we're making is that as a portfolio committee, once a budget is dispersed to the department, all we can do is to do, you know, oversight, and we make sure that we understand where the money has gone to, and if it has gone to the relevant people, as I said earlier on, and always if there is a problem and if everything is well, we always write a report, as you would know, and send it to Parliament, and Parliament can take a decision. So that is our hope, that through the BRRR, the department will get more budget, especially for small-scale farmers. As much as it's very important also to assist the commercial farmers, but the ones that are always on the end of the stick are the small-scale farmers. So this budget is meant to assist them, but also to assist them to move from being a small scale to go to commercial, so that then they can release the burden from government of making sure that they have support and that they have grants. You know, once they become a commercial, then they can stand on their own, and therefore we can introduce others to come into agriculture. And again, it's a question of assisting, not only the small scale, but women. Recently, in the portfolio committee, we had requested the department to bring a farmer register. In the farmer register, we then realized that most of the farmers there, it's women. In the Eastern Cape alone, I think it was 49,200 women farmers only. And as I said earlier on, the women are the ones that are disproportionately affected by lack of funding, lack of skills. So they need to be supported, to be brought in, be supported, both by, if they are livestock farmers, veterinary services, and the extension services, so that then they can learn, and then the skills can be transferred to them, so that when they get this funding, they use it properly, so that they can grow and be commercial farmers. And we believe that, as I sit here, I believe that if you empower a woman, you would have empowered the nation. So if we have good women farmers, we know that our children will not lack food. So the issue of food security will not be an issue. We will not need to discuss it every day in South Africa.
I'm glad you spoke to the issue of small-scale farmers and commercial farmers, because they are the ones that often bear the brunt of the losses now. What concrete support is being mobilized to help them rebuild their livelihoods and prepare for future seasons? I know you've mentioned the issue of financial support, but what else is there in the meantime? Because as you had mentioned earlier, that we are also dependent on the approval of these budgets. So what is immediate help that is there to ensure that they rebuild their livelihoods and also prepare for future seasons?
Look, the department will have to make sure that they disperse seeds. There is no way that they wouldn't have money to do that. They always have a contingency funding and plan. So we are saying that immediately they must try and assist them with the infrastructure, rebuild the infrastructure that has been damaged. In the meantime, also, assist them with seeds and crops that they can, and maybe concentrate also on the crops that are climate smart, that can be resilient, that can stand the test of time in times of these floods and climate change situations. So we're encouraging the department to do that, and we hopefully hope that they'll be able to do that and assist these farmers to restart again. And as we wait for the budgets, we are saying that whatever contingency finances that they have in the department, they must be able to assist them to stand up again.
Now, ma'am, as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, how will you then ensure that government's response and recovery plans are effectively implemented, accounted for, and reach the intended beneficiaries? And what is your committee's oversight plan in the coming months? Especially, I'm not sure if it has come to your attention already, but we've recently received the focus areas for the next term, and we know that the last week of February to the first week of, the last week of January to the first week of February 2026 is the period that is reserved for oversight in the parliamentary program.
Yeah, we have received, the priorities, and we already have come up with the program. We just have to approve it. On Tuesday morning, on Tuesday morning, we sat as a committee, and we discussed. Part of the work that we have discussed is what are we going to do immediately in the first week, first month and second month oversight, period. One, oversight is very important for us. So for us to be able to see whether the department is doing work, we always invite them to come and give us reports. So what we are going to do first, we're going to want them to come in and give us, responses over the oversight visit that we've made now in October. As I said, we have visited the Eastern Cape, and there are a lot of issues that we have raised there, and the report is still going to go to Parliament. We have not finalized it because there are elements that we want the department to help us with. There are reports that we need from the observation that we've made in the Eastern Cape. So our work and the priority of the committee is to make sure that we oversight on the work that the department does. We visit these areas. So we're still going to go back and visit some of the areas. We already have visited the Northwest, we've visited the Eastern Cape, we've visited all the entities of the department, which is the ARC, the Agricultural Research Council. We've also visited the OBP, the Honorable Board Biological Product, where they produce the vaccines. We've also visited, the National Marketing Institute. We've also looked at the PPPC, the ones that deals with the international, exporting. So we will also look at which province that we have to visit. Now, in the interim, we have picked up that I think Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest were the ones who were hard hit with the floods or the cyclone, climate change, cyclonic events. So maybe what we are going to do is to look at Limpopo and Mpumalanga, because we already have visited the Northwest. And the challenges that we have picked up in the Northwest and the challenges that we have picked in the Eastern Cape for this year, we really want to say to the department they must pull up their socks and make sure that they go back there and assist these farmers, because they are projects that were found that they were supposed to assist the farmers, and they were supposed to assist South Africa in terms of food security, but they're not doing well. So, but we have made recommendations that they must go back there and assist them. Some of them, we're going to bring them to Parliament. Some of these organizations that we're running, these projects that are not working, we're going to bring them to Parliament to come and hear why the money was not used in the manner in which it was, and we want to know where the money went and what happened, what was the role of the department, what was the role of everybody else who was involved as partners there. So some of those issues are going to come immediately in the first quarter of the next year or next term.
Ms. Pule, you've mentioned that the committee has undertaken a number of oversight visits to various provinces, and there are also plans to go on oversight visits to other provinces. And
yes.
I'm aware that from these oversight visits, there are reports that are developed with observations and recommendations which gets tabled to the National Assembly for debate. But do you have a tracking tool or a tracking mechanism that assists you to make sure that those recommendations that you make are not just talk but are actually implemented? And as you speak to that also, during these oversight visits, do you also find time to engage with these communities, apart from engaging with the departments and other stakeholders, but with the communities, especially those that you've mentioned, which are women and children?
Yeah, look, let me start with the tool to track our decisions and how we follow up. Definitely we do. First of the things that we thought we should have last year, the beginning of the year 2024, immediately we looked at the legacy report. And when we looked at the legacy report, we realized that there are issues that we had to take over and run with them and make sure that they are implemented or we follow up. So from there, we started looking at how are we going to be able to track these issues, and then we came with a mechanism. So we record everything. Those that we have done, we already have recorded it's done. Those that have not been done, or those that are half done, we record they are half done, not finished. So we also have targeted dates. When do we want to, to finish? When do we want the department to have responded on these issues? So when we give them, for an example, an issue that we want them to respond to, we always give them a deadline. We would either say in 7 days we would like to see that report, or would like to have responses, or in 14 days, depending on the work that we expect from them. So we always have a target date that we have to be done by this. Like I was saying to you now that I think the first meeting, for an example, for next year, we're going to be hearing from the department and the projects, runners of those projects that have not worked very well. So we already know what we're going to do in the first meeting. We know what we're going to do in the second meeting, and we know what we have to have from the department. Then the second part is whether we have time to engage with the farmers, especially women and young people. They are very close to my heart, by the way. We do that. For an example, in the Eastern Cape, we went there. We engaged with the citrus growers, and we found a young woman there who was saying, "Look, I have been waiting for the department to help me with the tractor for now like 2 months, and the season is going, and I may not be able to do what I'm supposed to be doing." And usually when we go in these oversight visits, we have officials from the department. We inform them this is where we're going, and then you must come and give us responses where we need responses. So we engage both them and the farmers. So this young woman, immediately from there, we then asked the department, do you want to tell us you don't have a tractor anywhere closer? Do you really want this young woman? She said she was 28. And if you have a young woman like that who's willing to be in agriculture, when other young women and young people don't want to be in agriculture, you don't have to discourage that young person. You have to make sure that you support them. So immediately then there we said, wherever the tractor is, we need that tractor to this young woman. This young woman must be an exemplary to other young people to want to come and join agriculture. you know, so that in future we still have agriculture running, because they are our future. And then in another farm, we found a woman who was removed from her farm. And then the department was able to give her another farm. But what we were not happy about is that the farm that they removed her from a very good farm, they took her to a farm that's not, you know, productive. And so it's not helpful. And we said the department must go back and redo, you know, yeah.
Ma'am, thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to come and share these wonderful insights with us here at Parliament TV.
Yeah, thank you very much. My appreciation.
And to those who just joined us, that was Ms. Diana Pule. She is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture in the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you for watching. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV, and this is our live broadcast of the SADC-PF, and this is the 58th Assembly of the Symposium in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
And of course, you can follow these proceedings at Parliament of RSA on all our social media platforms, as well as hashtag 58SADC-PF. And who knows, we might just read your comments here on Parliament TV.
And as you might know, if you have been watching throughout, there's been a lot of engagement that the delegates have been having. We've had reports in terms of accounting, ensuring that the decisions that were made at the last assembly have been implemented. And now we're also going through reports throughout the day that are being debated and resolutions are being reached. So far in the first session, we had a motion for adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, which was moved by Honorable Dr. Senator Linda Ngumalo, which we had here on Parliament TV discussing issues of gender, ensuring that there's gender sensitivity when it comes to policy making. Furthermore, the seconder to that motion was Honorable Julian Nyembe, who is a committee member. And
the plenary also adopted a motion on the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development. And that report was moved by the committee chairperson, Honorable Chushi Kasanda, and it was seconded by Honorable Senator Tado Makomuhale, who is the vice chairperson of the committee.
And of course, right now, the motion of adoption for the report of the joint sitting of standing committees was also adopted. It wasn't adopted, it was introduced in the House. It was introduced in the House. The mover thereof was Mr. Mobekati, and the seconder was Miss Honorable Ruth Mendez, rather.
And of course, you can expect the debates on that report in the next session. And just after the debate, there will then be a presentation of the communique for the 58th Plenary Assembly. And just for the benefit of our viewers, to explain what a communique is, it is the formal statement that a meeting's participants issue at the end of the session. It summarizes the key decisions, engagements, and commitments that the group is adopting and intends to act on.
And just to bring you up to speed, this is the second session. Members did go for a health break, which was about 30 minutes. And now the bells have been ringing outside, calling members to enter the chamber so that discussions may carry on.
And once that presentation of the communique is done, you can expect the closing statement for the 58th Plenary Assembly session by the SADC Parliamentary Forum President, Honorable Speaker Randriana Solaniako, Sydney Theory of Mauritius.
And of course, on your screen there, as you can see, that is the Secretary to Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Xolile George, whom we had on Parliament TV speaking to the administration and the logistics that goes into planning such a symposium. And that is Ms. Toko Didiza, and she is the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa. Of course, these are preparations for the second session of this symposium. It is the fifth and the final day plenary of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, and this is the 58th plenary assembly that is happening in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal.
Of course, as you can see on your screen, delegates slowly making their way in. We expect that in the next few minutes that room will be filled again and the proceedings will begin. But just to remind you of the theme, which is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation.
And of course, there are over 300 delegates from 15 member parliaments of the Southern African Development Community, plus representatives from continental bodies, UN agencies, civil society, youth groups, and private sector stakeholders all gathered to deliberate, strategize, and coordinate, of course, with the exception of Tanzania.
And some of those the issues that you can expect to see on the communique include a climate action resolution that calls for gender responsiveness, youth-focused legislation, a regional oversight mechanism for adaptation, finance, and the fast-tracking of model climate laws.
Now, why are we having a SADC-PF forum? The importance thereof falls part with the regional cohesion and solidarity between these SADC regions. Now, this is to recognize that climate challenges transcend borders, flooding, droughts, cyclones, shifting weather patterns, and to ensure that SADC countries are harmonized in terms of policy making, coordinated action, and shared accountability.
And what a week it has been. The SADC Parliamentary Forum just turned climate talk into, is expected to turn climate talk into concrete law with a brand new model climate bill, perhaps, that puts women and youth at the front and center of the discussions.
And before the break, of course, one of the reports also focused on youth inclusion, especially when it comes to legislative decision-making, when it comes to policy making as well. And of course, with youth and social inclusion, the SADC regions are encouraging youth participation, innovation, resilience, given that young people form a large share of the region's population and are particularly vulnerable to climate impacts on education, employment, and well-being. And of course, this ties in beautifully with the overarching theme of the SADC Parliamentary Forum's 58th Plenary Assembly, which is the impact of climate change on women and youth and the role of parliaments in climate mitigation and adaptation.
Well, as you can see there on your screen, again, delegates still up, waiting for them to settle at any time, and the start of the proceedings of the next session. And as Chairperson has just said to those who just joined us, you are watching us at Parliament TV on channel 408. We're coming to you live from Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. It is the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly session taking place right here in our host city in Durban.
And of course, as you can see there, engagements are ongoing. Delegates are entering the chamber as proceedings are scheduled to begin shortly.
Well, there is on your screen the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Xolile George, whom we had a chat with him earlier during the course of the week. And we expect that the session will resume at any time. But we await the delegates and the presiding officers to start making their way in so that those proceedings can begin. As you can see, the technology taking over with all the delegates seemingly busy on their gadgets, the phones, the laptops are open. It's been robust discussions, so you've got to know and keep up with all that, with everything that is happening in that room.
And of course, while we wait for that session to begin, let's get to see some of the did you knows with regards to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of Parliament TV. We're coming to you from DSTV channel 408. And we are at Durban Coastlands Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. And as your presiding officers are walking in, just a tweet to read, as we had promised, one from Comrade Kade. What happened to the issues discussed in previous SADC assemblies? Do we just discuss and discuss? No action plans, no objectives, no performance management, just discussions. What are the issues discussed? Can you broadcast those discussions so that we can follow up?
Well, to answer that, if the viewer had been watching throughout, we did have what I call an accountability day. And just like today, these reports will also be reported on and accounted on in the next SADC-PF.
Because these reports that the members are currently going through and adopting would have derived from the previous SADC Parliamentary Forum, the 57th one, which was held in Zimbabwe in June of this year.
So if the viewer wants to know more, of course, they can go onto our website, www.parliament.gov.za to get those reports that each member country's reported on in terms of the decisions that were made in the last plenary. Now, let's go to the live session of the 58th Plenary Assembly.
Motion for the adoption of the report of the Joint Standing Committee report.
Motion for adopting of a report of joint sitting of standing committee. Honorable. Motion of adopting of a report of joint sitting of standing committee. Honorable Tiffy, chairperson. Mope Kati Tiffy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report on the joint session of standing committees to the 58th plenary assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum laid on the table on the 2nd of December 2025. I so move.
Seconder? Any seconder?
Angola.
Please, Angola.
Angola. Mr. President, I am from Angola, and I am Rui Mendes from Angola, and I'm going to present our agreement, with regard to the permanent committee of SADC.
Kati to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I get into the presentation of the report, I would just like to say the youth of Botswana are indeed blessed. Through you, Honorable Minister of Youth, the leadership of young people will no longer be undermined. You are actually proving the two stereotypes that have existed for quite a long time, that young people cannot lead, that women cannot lead, and you're actually breaking both of them. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Mr. President, the report of the joint session of the committees contains a lot of information, but in presenting it here today, I will merely speak to some of the silent highlights of the report for members' appreciation. As the copy of the full report has been shared with honorable members, and it actually deliberates on the issues that have already been addressed by the standing committee reports that we have received over the past 2 days. Mr. President, in the quest to promote regional integration social-economic development, peace and security in consonance with its agenda. SADC has adopted various protocols covering different thematic areas. Needless to say, the benefits of these regional instruments can only flow to the citizens of SADC, who are the intended beneficiaries. Once the instruments are signed, they are ratified, acceded to, and domesticated and implemented in our member states. It is therefore worrisome that, despite the member states agreeing in principle and commissioning the development of these instruments, the pace of ratification of some of these instruments have been extremely slow. In this light, Mr. President, noting that the parliamentarians have a crucial role to play in the ratification process as advocates and representatives of the people, the Forum Standing Committee convened ahead of the 58th Plenary Assembly in a capacity-building session aimed at empowering and equipping parliamentarians to actively advocate for the domestication and implementation of the SADC protocols in their respective countries, among other things. The overarching objective of this engagement was to enhance the capacity of parliamentarians to undertake their legislative functions with regard of the regional SRHR commitments embodied in the SADC protocols and policy instruments to ensure that they are ratified, domesticated, and implemented in a timely manner for the ultimate benefit of the SADC citizens. The sessions therefore considered the importance of ratification and domestication of SADC protocols as an accountability mechanism for regional commitments. Mr. President, the plenary may recall that in July 2017, during the 41st Plenary Assembly held in Seychelles, the SADC Parliamentary Forum's Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus championed a historic milestone in regional advocacy for adopting the Mahe Declaration on Safe Abortion. Through this declaration, the Plenary Assembly called for the decriminalization of abortion across the region and the development of a model law on safe abortion, calling for harmonization of national laws with regional and international human rights standards. In this vein, the declaration calls for the development of a model law on safe abortion, which is envisaged to place the needs of adolescent girls and young women at the center by advancing age-appropriate, rights-based policies designed to safeguard health and strengthen their autonomy. Mr. President, it is of serious concern that many protocols of SADC, about 9 protocols, have not yet entered into force. It is a serious concern that even the agreement on the operationalization of the SADC Regional Development Fund has only been ratified by 3 member states. Mr. President, the deliberations during the joint session underscored the urgent need for harmonization of legal frameworks and the effective policy reforms and integrated data monitoring systems. Noting the overdependence on donor funding that poses threat to the program's sustainability, there was also a call for budgetary commitments coupled with reinforced accountability systems, including the routine use of monitoring and evaluation mechanisms informed by data and youth feedback. Mr. President, the joint session made the following recommendations to the 58th Plenary Assembly: to urge the SADC Parliamentary Forum member parliaments to advocate for the adoption of legislation of the SADC SRHR strategy as a national roadmap, to implore SADC national parliaments to review and harmonize the age of marriage and the age of consent laws, aligning marriage of 18 years and addressing contradictory provisions affecting adolescent SRHR in their respective countries, as we realize that there are still inconsistencies across different member states. To further urge SADC Parliamentary Forum member parliaments to call on their governments to map and address gaps between GBV laws and available health, legal, and psychosocial services. To reiterate that SADC legislature must leverage their oversight mandates to ensure that SRHR policies uphold human rights principles, non-discrimination, privacy, informed consent, and safe abortion. The committee recommends the plenary to call on SADC parliaments to promote inclusive policy-making process through stakeholder consultations and public participation. It implores SADC member parliaments to enact and amend laws to ensure right-based, safe, and accessible abortion in line with regional and international commitments. The session further recommends that SADC parliaments encourage their governments to ensure adequate budgetary allocations for abortion-related care, contraception, training, and data systems. The committee recommends that the plenary persuade SADC national parliaments to engage in regional dialogue on health and human rights impacts of unsafe abortion and promote legal frameworks across SADC to reduce maternal deaths, enhance reproductive rights, and advance gender equality. The committee further recommends the plenary to urge SADC member parliaments to advocate for the acceleration of legal reforms, for harmonization of all relevant laws governing marriage, sexual consent, and SRHR services to remove inconsistencies and exceptions that undermine child protection efforts. The committee recommends the plenary to call upon SADC parliamentary parliaments to strengthen institutional and parliamentary capacity by investing in training for parliamentarians, judicial officers, social service providers, and law enforcement officials to enhance understanding and effective application of SRHR and child marriage laws. The committee requests the plenary to encourage SADC member states to advocate for increased allocation and strategic distribution of national resources across ministries of health, ministries of education, justice, gender, to support comprehensive interventions targeting child marriage, SRHR work towards sustainable domestic financing. Mr. President, the committee recommends the plenary to advise SADC member states to promote awareness and cultural change initiatives by leading and supporting campaigns that engage communities, traditional leaders, and religious institutions to dispel harmful norms and practices sustaining child marriage and barriers to access to SRHR. It further appeals to the plenary to request SADC member parliaments to institutionalize meaningful youth engagement through creation of parliamentary frameworks and platforms to incorporate youth voices through policy cycles, ensuring policies are responsive and inclusive of adolescent rights and needs. Lastly, Mr. President, the committee requests the plenary to encourage SADC member states to utilize the digital dashboard to strengthen their legislative and oversight roles, endorse budgetary appropriations informed by real-time data, and heighten public engagement and advocacy inspired by robust evidence. At this juncture, Mr. President, allow me to conclude by saying that the joint session was an important capacity-building opportunity for the members of the Parliament. The focus of the joint session on the ratification of SADC protocols was timely, as it touched on the matters that are pivotal to the core business of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as set out in the constitutive documents. I therefore wish to place on record the Forum's gratitude to our partners and resource persons whose support made the joint sitting possible. I must also commend the Secretary General and her team for this initiative and for the excellent arrangement made for the facilitation of this engagement. Mr. President, with this, I request this plenary to adopt the report on the joint sitting of the standing committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. I shall now allow the seconder, Honorable Ruth Mendes. Sorry. To debate the seconding the motion.
Honorable President, I ride on the existing protocol. In seconding this motion, allow me to pay tribute to the mover who has delivered the motion with such clarity and eloquence. Riding on that clear statement by the mover, I will keep my comments very short. Mr. President, the joint session noted with concern the persistent and critical challenges facing adolescent girls, young women and girls, including elevated maternal mortality rate and widespread early unintended pregnancies. These challenges disrupt educational trajectories and limit economic opportunities. Additionally, the disproportionate impact of HIV and AIDS on this demographic is alarming and is compounded by pervasive gender-based violence affecting young people across member states. Mr. President, allow me to highlight that unsafe abortion is recognized across the SADC region as both a public health emergency and human rights issue, contributing significantly to maternal mortality, particularly among the vulnerable population, such as adolescent girls and young women. Unfortunately, available evidence also shows that adolescent girls and young women aged 15 to 24, particularly those from the rural and resource-poor settings, are the ones who face the highest rate of early and unintended pregnancy. This underlines the correlation between unsafe abortion, poverty, and inequality. Mr. President, the joint session was further informed that while abortion rates are similar across developed and developing countries, the outcome are significantly different. The vast majority of death and complications from unsafe procedures occur in developing nations. On the contrary, safe abortions would support broader development goals such as health, gender equality, economic growth, and align with the SDGs 3, 5, 8, and 10. The identified HR challenges are immense, including gaps in access and the prevalent high levels of maternal mortality. They all underscore the emergency for targeted policy interventions. The joint session reaffirmed the need for regional solidarity and highlighted the crucial role of parliamentarians in legislative oversight, advocacy, and fostering the implementation of regional, continental, and international commitments to advance the rights of the citizens. In this vein, members of parliament must play their pivotal role of holding national governments to account for their international commitments. Let me add a word on the monitoring and evaluation dashboard developed by the Forum and its partners as a monitoring tool for implementation of SADC model law on eradication of child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. I call upon all SADC Parliamentary Forum member parliaments to support this initiative by encouraging their national governments to render support through the updating of the dashboard to ensure that it will have up-to-date information from recognized statistical and data bodies in order to ensure its relevance and legitimacy. With these few words, Mr. President, I fully endorse the mover statement and I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate by showing of hands, please. South Africa. South Africa again? And South Africa again. More. And Botswana. Namibia. Thank you. Let's start with speaker from South Africa.
Thank you very much, President. And I would like to also thank the mover and the seconder of the motion on the report of the Joint Standing Committee, who highlighted clearly some of the issues that the Joint Standing Committees had deliberated on, which also includes the evaluation of progress or non-progress that has been made in terms of implementing some of the decisions that we take as this forum. I want to start by indicating that on the important issue that has been raised, particularly that relates to abortion, that South Africa had actually passed a legislation in 1997 on Choice of Pregnancy Act to allow for safe abortion, particularly for women, and where it may be a young girl underage with the support of their families. This is important not only for the safe procedures, but also it ensures that it prevents unnecessary deaths that happen as a result of back street abortion. But also it saves women's health for the future and indeed for the present. And I do think that this is a matter that even if we might have legislation, but it's a continuous engagement within our communities that must still be undertaken. I also want to indicate that our Bill of Rights, Section 12, subsection 2A, does provide for reproductive rights, which also includes for women to actually have rights in terms of reproductive health, but also choices that they may want to make. But as we all know, that legislations or even constitutions with Bill of Rights are not the only guarantees. Public education remains important, enforcement remains critical, but also resourcing becomes important, in particular to ensure that facilities such as our hospitals and clinics are better resourced to be able to deal with such needs in terms of reproductive health and choice of pregnancy. I also want to indicate that as a country, we have passed a legislation in 2006 that provides for that prohibits child marriages. Again, the same will apply, that more education at community level to indicate why such acts actually impede the growth of young women and young children in particular. It is also a matter where honest discussions need to be held with our traditional leaders to ensure that also our customs and culture does appreciate the realities that such choices or such actions at times have a negative impact on the lives of young girls. On the promotion of youth development, I want to indicate that as a country, we do have various initiatives that seek to ensure that young people can actually participate at various levels of decision making. For instance, the promotion of having young parliamentarians is one such act. Annually, around June, Parliament has a youth parliament where not only our young parliamentarians from the National Assembly or provinces, also youth formations do participate so that we can actually take into consideration the views of young people. I do appreciate, Chairperson, that more still needs to be done, but with these few interventions, I would like to support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move to South Africa. South Africa again. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, my name is Bonginkosi Matikizela. I'm a member of South African Parliament. I also rise in support of this report and want to add from where my speaker left off. And I think there was a lot of controversy when this law was passed, allowing teenagers to access health clinics without the consent of the parents. But I think what we have been witnessing is that there are a number of young girls who suffer in the hands of their fathers, their uncles, their relatives. And we realize that as a country, if you are going to say a young girl must get a permission to access those facilities, the chances are that that young girl might die without getting help, because you'd find that the perpetrator is a father or an uncle. And I think, again, on the issue of the child marriages, I appreciate the report, again, by the chairperson. And I do believe that as member states, we really need to keep a very close eye on the performances of the various countries within the SADC region. Because even though we have committed as this body to end child marriage and we have adopted a non-binding SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriages. And I think some of the legislation that exists in our countries are really not going far enough to make sure that we deal with this. If in some countries who are members of SADC, I mean, this issue is still as prevalent as it is, with some countries having between 50 to 56% of child marriages. And I think it's high time, really, colleagues, that even though we have this non-binding model law, that we take it upon ourselves to get, the report on regular basis on some of these, treaties and model laws that we have signed, so that we can hold each other accountable. I submit, President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, South Africa.
Thank you very much, President. I greet everyone once more. I rise to support as well the report and with the observations that I would outline. In terms of the member states that are urged to accelerate their ratification and domestication of SADC protocols and other legal instruments to ensure their national level of implementation. At the center of it, we have the SADC Regional Development Fund, which is very much delayed, unjustifiable, and with only 3 countries that have signed it, and the rest could not explain as to why. We need, Mr. President, a very radical shift in terms of accountability. We cannot always come here and persuade people to ratify, domesticate, and implement everything that we sit here and agree on. Yet we come back here without any of the implementation, but no one takes account of that. No country ever stands up to explain why you have not done it. While that is always accurate to persuade each other, the observation might lack the deeper analysis into why these delays and challenges are persisting in these countries. Perhaps they can tell us if the delays are bureaucratic in terms of the states, is inefficiencies in officials like Lesotho was explaining earlier on why the comments could not be submitted. Is it a political will? Is it lack of national capacity or conflicting national priorities? How do we remedy that situation? Does it require our intervention or a resolution that we can take and persuade our heads of states to persuade each other and to realize that a cause that we are on is of a serious cause? For instance, unsafe abortions are killing our young girls who fall prey of perverts, monsters, and molesters who get away with murder by not decriminalizing abortions. True insistence of coupling safe abortions with exceptions that will give you a safe abortion in an exception of. We create an enabling environment for young girls and sometimes boys who fall prey of their family members and cannot access safe abortions, hence the high numbers of young girls who are today committing suicide. We are not creating an enabling environment for our young girls to be free, to be liberated, to take decisions. Again, if we want to create a space for advocacy, we need to be very clear. What are we advocating for? If we advocate for resource allocation, it is a common call that resources are very limited. But why and what are we going to place them to? Therefore, I would like to implore on our drafters that every report must carry the detail of strategies in terms of how do we overcome potential national budgetary limitations or the competing priorities within the member states, so that we can find a common ground on how do we approach, or rather a guided document on what are the priorities in the immediate. Then also when we resolve on what is going to benefit in the immediate, we must have measurable targets in terms of if we come in the next session, what targets should we have already achieved? We don't want to come to the next session at Seychelles and still be told there are young girls who cannot access safe abortion. So we need measurable targets, we need measurable results. We don't only need to hammer on, things must be done, yet people come back here with nothing done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we move to Botswana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. This platform presents a strategic opportunity to reaffirm our collective commitment to sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, as a human right, a development imperative, and a powerful driver of economic growth. In Botswana, we have made commendable progress in improving access to SRHR services. We have expanded family planning coverage, integrated HIV and reproductive health services, and introduced youth-friendly health facilities in over 40 locations. And we are also exploring innovative solutions, such as drone-assisted delivery of maternal health commodities in hard-to-reach areas. I wish to express a strong support for the recommendation calling upon member states to align GBV legislation with the full continuum of health, psychological, and social protection pathways. Too often in our region, GBV laws criminalize the offense, but do not adequately map, mandate, or fund the support systems that must surround a survivor from the moment violence occurs. And this results in fragmented care, inconsistent referrals, and long delays that compound trauma. In Botswana, we're in the final stages of introducing a comprehensive GB law precisely to address these gaps. And the new frameworks seeks to unify our response architecture, ensuring that legal provisions are directly tied to the availability of multidisciplinary services, emergency medical support, mental health, and psychosocial counseling, social protection interventions, shelters, and coordinated case management. And the intention is clear. The law must not stand apart from the services. It must guarantee access, regulate delivery, and strengthen accountability. We nonetheless continue to face persistent challenges, including our maternal mortality ratio, which remains unacceptably high at 175.5 deaths per 100,000 live births, as recorded in 2022. Teenage pregnancies are also rising, with over 7.5 girls aged 10 to 19 falling pregnant in 2023. And there's also challenges of access to contraceptives and HIV prevention tools, particularly among adolescents and young women. And this remains limited, and stigma around emergency contraception and sexual health services continue to hinder progress. We are proud of several initiatives that reflect Botswana's commitment to innovation in health service delivery. Integration of family planning with HIV care, the rollout of the HPV vaccine and cervical cancer screening, the strengthening of maternal death surveillance and response systems, capacity building for emergency obstetric and newborn care, and establishment of youth-friendly health centers, and our partnerships with WHO, UNFPA, and civil society for technical and programmatic support. But of course, we still have a challenge with the marriage amendment. There are instructions from a private member with the intention to rectify this issue of child marriages so that marriage can only occur at 18 and that there are no exceptions, as it is currently the case in our laws. Affiliation proceedings also on the DNA will also be amended so that DNA can be done for as long as the child is below 18, because there is currently a restriction that caps the age at 5. And of course, the recent labor law, which has been passed by Parliament, has increased maternity leave and has introduced parental and paternity leave for the first time in the history of our country. We have paternity and parental leave. On safe abortion, the law is still backward, like in some countries. The male-dominated parliaments are still refusing to legislate for safe abortion for especially our young women. And this has put a burden on our healthcare system, which continues to treat such cases of unsafe abortion attempts. The Superior Court of Record in Botswana recently has pronounced on the LGBTQI+, that it's now legal in Botswana, in spite of what the written law says. That law has been struck off as unconstitutional, and now the rights are there. The fighting against period poverty continues, with the government having taken a decision to provide sanitary pads in schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President. I submit.
I really appreciate it. Okay, thank you for. Now thank you. Now we move to Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'm Sarah Kugongerwa Madira, Speaker of the National Assembly, Namibia, and I would like to record Namibia's support for this report. The matter of abortion, unfortunately, polarizes many of our communities, with those that are in support of it and those that are vehemently against it. The need for abortion, unfortunately, arises for the most part because of a number of factors, such as limited or lack of access to reproductive health services to empower our communities to make the correct choices, because of things like rape, including statutory rape, that result in unwanted pregnancies, and thus the demand for backyard abortion, even if we continue to criminalize abortion, unfortunately, and because of poverty. It is thus of utmost importance that our policies address the underlying factors that drive the demand for abortion. Without doing that, there is a risk of dangerous backyard abortions that pose a risk to the lives of many young people, young girls especially. It is also important that the adoption systems in our countries are strengthened so that those young people that may not be prepared to become parents have an alternative to give up these children for adoption, and that young women are supported to return to school if they give birth, because some of them are afraid if they don't terminate the pregnancy, then they can no longer continue with their education. Furthermore, our development programs should recognize the importance of support to vulnerable communities through social grants by the government to those who cannot take care of themselves, but also by mobilizing the corporate sector to invest in social corporate responsibilities to bring along our communities who are an asset to them in the economy. So Namibia supports the report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move again to South Africa. Last debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Kosana David. I'm the Member of Parliament of South Africa. I just wanted to say that the issue of child pregnancy in South Africa, especially with adolescent girls, is a cause for concern, in the sense that the prevalence has increased, from sub-Saharan Africa to where we are sitting now here. And I must say that it can be prevented, as well as we are encouraging boys' child as well, not necessarily girl child. And, the social fabric has collapsed. And we must accept as well that we need to improve our interaction with our kids, in particular with the young ones. It's so embarrassing to find out that we have children as young as 10 who are pregnant, all over Africa, all over the world. But I must emphasize that we are adopting this report. On the hindsight, we have to improve, as one of my colleagues has already said, that when we meet again, hopefully this message which we are discussing here will filter into our society as well. It should not end up here. We need to encourage government departments, You know, there must be a social cohesion in this matter. Otherwise, we'll be complaining for many decades to come, and it won't stop. But for us to protect the young ones, in particular, because they are children. You can imagine having a child, you know, at the age of 10 or the age of 15. Other countries, some are getting married too early, but I must say that the cultures are not the same. But indeed, we have to prevent and protect the young ones. And as parents and as SADC as well, we need to make sure that we are preaching this to our society and for those who are vulnerable, who are not with us here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, maybe I'm the last one.
Sorry.
Mr. President, I reckon with appreciation on the progress that has been made on the prison modern law, and also child marriage, which I see it has benefited a lot, and also the redress on GBV, which has been a pandemic to anyone. But, Mr. President, I think according to me, this is my own opinion, but I'm just debating. Abortion is a complex and a very sensitive issue. According to our cultural and religious belief, I wonder if it will work for us truly. In as much as I understand the choice of termination of pregnancy on South Africa on their law that they are mentioning 1996, I agree with that. But according to us, religiously, as Christians, as we label ourselves under this congregation, I'm asking, will it work? Honestly. I know you guys agree, but I totally disagree with all of you in terms of my religious belief. And yet, I would maybe just propose that we just move from criminalizing it, make it in a way that one would understand it. But then, going back to my country, I know it's a very religious country, very cultural beliefs. South Africans, they know where I come from. I would request for us to domesticate this, to domesticate abortion. Mr. President, with MSG, you better come to Swaziland, then we talk about it. Because I'm a member of parliament, elected. And I know as soon as I start talking about this, you won't see me again, I'm voted out. I'm telling you, I'm just looking at the larger proportion of the congregation, the pastors and everyone, according to my beliefs as well. I must promise you, I'll be out of parliament as soon as I start about this issue. And pertaining this issue of climate change, they'll reference to this. They will tell you the climate change is because God is against us. This is what we're doing. So, Mr. President, if you want this to go ahead, you better come into my country, Eswatini. You advocate for this, MSG, I'll just follow you. Then we can domesticate it afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. I put the question.
Yeah, I put the question.
I put the question that the report of joint sitting.
to respond.
I'm sorry. Okay. I now call upon to Honorable Kati to respond. Thank you, Kati.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Mendes, who seconded the adoption of the report, and thank all honorable members who engaged in the debate around the issues that were raised in the report. I would particularly want to perhaps highlight on a few things that were mentioned and reiterated by specific honorable members. Speaking of the comment that came through the Right Honorable Speaker of South Africa, where she really emphasized on public education, enforcement and resourcing of our legislative efforts. And I believe this by itself will then answer the question and the skepticism that the honorable member from Eswatini just raised right now. That honorable members, we are dealing with topics of social concern, topics that actually become very difficult to engage with, but we need to put so much emphasis and importance on engaging our communities, the electorate, our community leaders, our religious leaders, to really make them understand how pertinent these issues are, regardless of any reservations that may come based on our culture differences and everything. But the social and economic impacts that we witness every day that are brought in by these issues around abortion, we really need to be very, very, very firm about that. Not decriminalizing abortion does not get us to a point where abortions don't happen. And I think it is of a view that if they are happening, we need to ensure that those who need those services are getting them safely in a way that we do not continue to lose lives as we are doing. But we acknowledge the fact that this is a very sensitive topic that needs further engagement, further education for us to be able to achieve the results. We had also honorable speaker from Namibia as well, who did also mention the very same topic that I'm talking about, that abortion will continue to happen if we do not decriminalize it. We'll continue to be putting our young women at risk, because some of the drivers and causes that lead to these young girls getting into issue of needing abortion, they are persisting, such as poverty, such as many other things that are not being addressed. So we really need to look at it holistically and try to see how we can address the issue of abortion. From there, honorable members, Honorable Madigizela as well came and raised an issue of safety from family members who tend to be perpetrators to these young people. So if we are going to still request a young person to get abortion and get permission from their elders, either being parents or relatives, who could potentially be the perpetrators that have put these young people into the situations, that is also one of the limitations that still remain and need to be addressed. Overall, honorable members, the honorable members who engaged in support of this report, and I thank you so much, honorable members of the committee, even those who are not members of the committee. I thank you all for your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the question that the report of the joint sitting of standing committee be adopted. Yes. Are there any objections? The report is duly adopted. Thank you very much. Background. Point number 1, honorable member, during the course of the 58th plenary assembly, several points of order were raised concerning the practice and the procedure governing the sitting of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Point number 1, number 2, I have duly considered this matter and now issue my ruling according with the rules 32, point number 7 of rules of procedure. Point number 2, guiding principles. In reaching my determinations, I was guided by the Constitution of SADC Parliamentary Forum, the rules of procedure, and the police directive of the plenary assembly as the highest policy organ of forum. Point number 2, in particular, I rely upon the resolution of the 35 plenary assembly session held in Grand Bay, Mauritius from 20 to 20th June 2014, which resolved that the forum should henceforth operate like Parliament. Point number 3, that resolution marked the forum's formal transition from concluding in business in conference style and embracing established parliamentary procedure in preparation for its transformation into full-fledged SADC Parliament. Point number 3, determination. Point number 3, number 1, the Assembly, recognizing the diversity of parliamentary tradition across the SADC region, resolved to adopt an integrity approach to parliamentary practice. Point number 2, this approach incorporated the diverse tradition, entrance inclusive and modern practice, and established hybrid parliamentary system reflect of member of parliament. Point number 3, accordingly, all of ruling issue here are according the resolution in the principle that the practice of forum must remain inclusive, adaptive, and consistent with the transformation agenda. Point number 4. Point order rising by head of delegation of Angola, Honorable Pedro Sebastio. Point number 4, number 1, primary clarification. I wish to apologize for the interpretation difficulty that arose when Honorable Sebastio initially raised his point of order. To answer clarity and the common understanding, I should further explanation from the honorable member, for which I am grateful. Point number 4, number 2, inclusivity, freedom of conscience. Point number 4, number 2, number 1, I sincerely thank Honorable Sebastio for commanding the forum's inclusive practice, allowing members of observers silence prayer and meditation and the commencement of sitting. This practice recognizes the religions of spirit diversity of the SADC region and the demonstrative of forum strong commitment to tolerance, inclusivity, and mutual respect. Point number 4, number 2, number 3. It is full, alleged with the value exposed in the Constitution and the strategic plan for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Point number 4, number 2, number 4. I reaffirm that the Forum remain committed to furthering unified parliamentary culture that safeguard the freedom of conscience and ensure that all of the members feel respect and adequately represent in its proceedings. Point number 4, number 3. Institutionalists of the sitting arranged at the highest table. I further thank Honorable Sebastio for commanding the revised sitting arranging at the highest table. Under the current arrangement, the Secretary General sits in close proximity of the President, enabling timely, discreet, and seamless consultation during the sitting. This replaced the provision arrangement where the Secretary General sat with the clerk at the table and the was request sat between positions. This refined arrangement enhanced procedural efficiency, preserved decorum, and strengthened institutional coordination. Sorry. Point number 4, number 3, number 5. I have ruled that this practice has been formally institutionalized with the immediate effect. Point number 5, sitting arrangement of Vice President. Point number 5, number 1, concern raised. I acknowledge the concern raised by Honorable Sebastio regarding the sitting arrangement of the Vice President of the Forum. This concern is valid and is appreciated of the constructive contribution toward strengthening institution of protocol. Point number 5, number 2, guiding consideration. The matter is receiving acting consideration with the view to ensuring that the sitting arrangement reflects both the statute and the functional rules of the Vice President. Point number 2, point number 5, number 2, in so doing, due regard shall be given to establish parliamentary practice. Point number 2, number 3, the Forum shall draw from the diverse parliamentary tradition of members of parliament to inform harmonized protocol practice. Point number 3, point number 5, number 3, determination. The sitting arrangement of Vice President shall be reviewed. Any adjustment shall uphold decorum, heresy, and institutional efficiency. Point number 5, number 3, the Assembly is assured that this matter will be addressed with due regard to parliamentary integrity and evolving best practice. Point number 6, point of order raised by honorable member from South Africa on dress code. Matter raised, the honorable member from South Africa raised a point of order concerning the wearing of the cap in the House. The matter was duly considered in light of the rules of procedure. Applicable rules. The current rules of procedure are silent on the matter relating on the dress codes. In this absence of explicit provision, no procedure breach can be established. Nonetheless, members are reminded that the parliamentary decorum requests conducting befitting dignity of the House. Determination, while no breach according under the existence rule, the concern raised is both valid and constructive. The forum will be appropriately considered strengthening the guiding on the parliamentary concerning and dress standard. In doing so, point number 6, number 3, in doing so, the forum shall draw up applicable tradition from across the region. Point number 6, number 3, number 4, a formal proposal will be submitted at the plenary assembly in accordance with established procedure. Point number 6, number 3, number 5, the objective of the reform will be approved informally, dignity and respect in the conducting of procedure. Thank you very much. Now we have a break time for 10 minutes. And we return back here to at 1 o'clock for the closing ceremony. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Welcome back. If you've just joined, you are watching Parliament TV's live broadcast coming to you live from Coastlands, Umhlanga Hotel and Convention Center. It is indeed the SADC Parliamentary Forum 58th Plenary Assembly Session. And as you can see there on your screen, members of the session are up as they are busy there preparing to go on a comfort break.
And of course, just to remind you that the theme of this SADC-PF gathering is the impact of climate change on women and youth and in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And
just to recap on what has happened since the opening ceremony, we know that the first day started with an opening ceremony on high-level signals and strategic position. And the assembly opened with strong political messaging from regional leaders, emphasizing the gender responsiveness, climate change, youth inclusion as a strategic imperative, also regional solidarity in the face of worsening climate impacts, as well as the essential role of parliaments in climate oversight and policy alignment.
And of course, that set the tone for the rest of the week, which started on the 1st of December. And of course, today, this is the 5th and the final day of the symposium. Now, the reason why this theme is so important is because the speakers drilled into how climate change disappropriately affects women, youth and rural communities, the economic and social costs of floods, droughts and extreme weather, the role of climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy and early warning systems. Of course, throughout the week, parliaments have repeatedly challenged to shift from policy observation to policy orchestration, which is what we've been talking about in terms of ensuring that policy meets implementation.
And of course, a number of reports were adopted, which arose from the 57th SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was held in June this year in Zimbabwe. And those reports that were presented related to democracy and governance risk, health and HIV/AIDS trends, economic integration, gender equality progress gaps, as well as trade, natural resources, and climate pressures.
And of course, the draft resolutions that have been made here in the past 2 days have been circulated. And these resolutions, after being tabled, were on climate mitigation and adaptation, youth economic empowerment, as well as issues that surround climate change, the impact thereof. Furthermore, they had gender equality and integration, the harmonization of environmental laws, and strengthened oversight of SADC climate initiatives. Throughout our coverage of the SADC-PF, the conversation has been about ensuring that the SADC-PF regions are better equipped in preventing climate change impact, in preventing and restoring the lives of people that are, of course, impacted by the floods, by the droughts, and all these other disasters.
And of course, the theme for this plenary session is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And of course, as you can see on your screen, delegates are up, little chats there and there as they are preparing for the next session of this plenary assembly.
Of course, the last report that has just been adopted before this health break was the motion for the adoption of the report of the joint sitting of standing committees. And the mover thereof was Honorable Mobekati, and he is the chairperson of one of those committees. And also the seconder was Honorable Ruth Mendez, and who is also a chairperson of one of the SADC-PF committees.
And of course, there was also a strong momentum for a full SADC parliament as multiple interventions revived and reinforced the long-term vision of transforming SADC Parliamentary Forum from a consultative forum into a fully fledged SADC parliament. And you'll have noticed consistent references to institutional maturity, calls for greater legislative harmonization, recognition of the forum's evolving role in regional governance. Those all form part of the discussion that took place here over the last 5 days.
And of course, as you might note, that these are not the only engagements that are happening, which is the main engagement that's happening in the chamber across the studio. There are also bilateral and multilateral engagements that have been happening throughout the week between the member states of the SADC region. And of course, behind the podium, speakers and clerks, they advance cross-country cooperation. They are focused on youth caucuses that met with the UN and NGO partners in ensuring that there's proper partnership when it comes to the impact of climate change. And delegates also explored joint climate initiatives. And also furthermore, South Africa positioned itself as a regional leader in climate governance, in climate advocacy, and ensuring that issues of preventative measures also, and should be sustainable measures, are also put on the table.
And looking ahead, we can expect the final communique and adoption of the resolutions. So what you can expect over the next session will be the consolidation of all committee outcomes, the official adoption of the plenary resolution, a forward-looking communique setting SADC Parliamentary Forum's agenda for 2026, commitments on climate governance, gender mainstreaming and youth inclusion, as well as a renewed push for institutional transformation. But for now, let's have a look at some of the quick facts.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC-PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADC-PF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
And you are still watching Parliament TV, of course, at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the 58th Plenary Assembly session that is taking place in eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality in Durban. It has been taking place from the 30th of November to, of course, the 5th of December, talking to the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation.
And of course, and as you can see on your screen, the KZN military band performing there. One of the great songs that got us dancing even here in the studio, performing for the guests there during this 58th plenary assembly session here in Durban Coastlands, Umhlanga in Convention Center. We've been here for the last 5 days and we made sure to bring you all the activities live here on Parliament TV. As you can see again there, the presiding officers walking back in, which means the proceedings are about to start again.
And of course, we have only 3 agenda items, and that is the presentation of the communique, the closing statement, and of course, the adjournment sine die of the 58th SADC-PF Plenary Assembly that is underway. It is the 5th and the final day of this symposium.
And of course, we will soon be taking you back into the plenary session. As you can see there, the president having taken his seat together with the presiding officers, those 3 right in front of him, and the lady that is seated next to the president. Let's hear what's happening in the room.
Fifth order, the Secretary General shall read the 4th word of the day. 5th word of the day, I'm sorry.
Presentation of the communique for the 58th Plenary Assembly.
I invite the host speaker, Honorable Angela Didiza Tukuzila. To present the communique for the 58th Plenary Assembly.
Thank you, President, Vice President of SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the executive of the SADC Parliamentary Forum present, all speakers of the SADC parliaments present here, all South African speakers or deputy speakers or delegates from the provincial legislatures, members of parliament, secretaries of parliament led by Secretary Powema, who is the secretary of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the communique of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, 58th Plenary Assembly, which started here in KwaZulu-Natal Province, eThekwini Metro, from the 30th of November to 5th December 2025. The SADC Parliamentary Forum 58th Plenary Assembly was held from 30th November to 5th December 2025 in eThekwini Metro Municipality, Republic of South Africa, under the theme, I quote, "The impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation." The plenary assembly was attended by 14 of the 15th SADC-PF member parliaments, namely Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania tendered its apology. The plenary assembly was also attended by representatives from the partner organization, including civil society, members of parliament from Parliament of South Africa, who participated as observers, delegates from the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, the South African legislative sector, eThekwini municipality, Toyota South Africa, who presented on the theme, as well as the academia, including the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs at UNISA. The plenary assembly was officially opened by His Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile, the acting president at the time of the Republic of South Africa and South Africa's deputy president, who called for collective parliamentary action to address climate change, particularly its impact on women and youth. He highlighted key outcomes of the G20 summit hosted by South Africa, including progress on climate resilience, energy access, food security, and youth empowerment, commending SADC efforts to develop a regional climate strategies. The acting president emphasized the need for gender-responsive legislation, alignment of policies with international frameworks, and stronger oversight. Citing South Africa's 2024 Climate Change Act, the acting president urged parliaments to allocate resources effectively, promote accountability, and ensure inclusive, people-centered climate policies. The president of the SADC-PF and the Speaker of Parliament of Madagascar, Honorable Randrianaso Loniako Siteni Theory, emphasized the plenary assembly's role in promoting democracy, good governance, and regional integration, while commending South Africa's leadership in championing the establishment of the South Africa Development Parliament. He reaffirmed the forum's commitment to inter-parliamentary cooperation and citizens' participation, reiterated its readiness to evolve into a fully fledged parliament anchored on strong governance and professional management systems, and called for support to ratify the protocol to establish the SADC Parliament by August 2026. In her welcome address, Honorable Thokozile Didiza, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, underscored the urgency of collective action on climate change, citing recent climate-related disasters in the SADC region, and stressed the need for climate resilience policies and parliamentary leadership through legislation, oversight, and gender-responsive budgeting, reflecting on COP30 outcomes, including, I quote, global Mutiraro decision, close quote, and the just transition mechanisms. The host speaker called for harmonized legislative action across the SADC member states to advance climate mitigation, adaptation, and inclusive development. The Secretary General of the SADC-PF, Her Excellency Boema Skgoma, in her introductory statement, paid tribute to South Africa's visionary leadership in global and regional affairs under the stewardship of President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, and highlighted eThekwini's legacy as a symbol of resilience and Pan-African unity. Characterizing climate change as a daily reality, she called for urgent, innovative, and bold parliamentary action rooted in regional solidarity and the legacy of the frontline states. The Secretary General welcomed the Plenary Assembly's diverse representation, with 40.6% of the 69 parliamentarians in attendance being female. Honorable Princess N. Muchapilo from the Southern African Youth Parliament, representing the youth, reaffirmed the vital role of young people in shaping policy in the SADC region, commended the SADC region Parliamentary Forum Youth Inclusive Practices, and called for investment in youth leadership to address challenges such as unemployment, exclusion, conflict, gender-based violence, and climate change. She welcomed the establishment of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Youth Caucus, urged parliaments to enact bold, inclusive legislation, and conclude by declaring that youth are not leaders in waiting, but are leaders in motion. The Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, RWPC as it is known, its interim chairperson, Honorable Senator Dr. Lindiwe Nxumalo, commemorated the 2025 16 Days of Activism campaign by honoring iconic KwaZulu-Natal women leaders such as Queen Nandi, Charlotte Maxeke, and Dorothy Nyembe, and called for urgent action against digital violence, gender-based violence, and climate vulnerability. The RWPC interim chairperson urged the domestication of the SADC-PF model law on GBV and child marriages. She also urged for the adoption of climate-smart as well as gender-responsive legislation, and expanded SRHR access and full women's representation in all decision-making bodies, while commending South Africa's leadership through its National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and the recognition of GBV as a national crisis. The Plenary Assembly expressed profound concern over the escalating impacts of climate change in the SADC region, including intensified droughts, devastating floods, tropical cyclones, and rising sea levels, which threaten food security, water access, public health, and socio-economic stability, thereby undermining the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the SADC's regional integration agenda. The Plenary Assembly acknowledged that climate change is neither gender-neutral nor generation-blind, recognizing that women and youth bear a disproportionate burden due to pre-existing socio-economic inequalities, reliance on climate-sensitive resources, and limited access to decision-making, finance, and technology. The Plenary Assembly resolved to prioritize parliamentary oversight and promote regional policy harmonization to combat the climate crisis, safeguarding citizens and aligning climate action with the developmental aspirations of the SADC region as outlined in the SADC Vision 2050, the African Union Agenda 2063, the outcomes of the 2025 G20 Summit, and COP30. The Plenary Assembly reaffirmed the critical interlinkages between climate change, health, and sexual and reproductive health and rights, noting that climate-induced disasters disrupt healthcare systems, restrict access to essential SRHR services, and heighten risk of maternal mortality, of gender-based violence, child marriage, and the spread of HIV and AIDS. The Plenary Assembly reaffirmed the central role of parliaments in enacting climate-responsive legislation, approving climate-sensitive budgets, and strengthening oversight, while emphasizing the need for dedicated climate research funding and the urgent adoption of gender-responsive, youth-sensitive policy that recognize women and youth as key agents of change. The Plenary Assembly underscored the importance of strong parliamentary oversight to ensure transparency and accountability in climate finance, while promoting innovative financing for a just transition, and urged member parliaments to integrate climate resilience into national policies on agriculture, water management, and energy in response to threats to food sovereignty and water security. The Plenary Assembly commended member parliaments for their progress in implementing previous resolutions and exercising effective oversight over the executive. It further applauded the comprehensive country reports presented, reflecting a strong commitment to peer learning, mutual accountability, and advancing the SADC-PF strategic objective of strengthening the implementation of capacity of the SADC. The Plenary Assembly adopted reports of standing committees, the joint sitting of standing committees and the RWPC, and accordingly called for parliamentary action to address the regional energy deficit by urging national parliaments to prioritize the ratification and domestication of the SADC Energy Protocol, strengthening oversight of its implementation and regional power pool integration, and utilize their budgetary authority to approve strategic investment in renewable energy and grid modernization to promote a just energy transition. It also reaffirmed the critical role of parliamentarians in election observation for democratic consolidation, called for predictable funding and increased parliamentary participation in SADC Parliamentary Forum elections observer missions, and urged the institutionalization of EOM funding within the national budgets of member parliaments. Encouraged member parliaments to strengthen oversight of anti-corruption strategies, advocate for the ratification of the SADC Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation, and lead the revision of the SADC Model Law on Elections to address contemporary challenges such as cybersecurity, digital disinformation, and the conduct of elections during public health emergencies. It also expressed strong support for the RWPC's advocacy for gender-responsive climate action and encouraged member parliaments to ensure that climate policies and financing are guided by robust gender analysis, supported by gender disaggregated data in carbon markets, and reinforced by strengthened oversight to hold implementing agencies accountable to gender inclusion standards. It also commended the landmark benchmarking visit to Lesotho by the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee and urged member parliaments to institutionalize similar peer learning processes to support the domestication of SADC model laws, strengthening legal drafting capacity, enhance multi-stakeholder collaboration, and establish dedicated budgetary allocation and robust monitoring frameworks to translate model laws into tangible outcomes for the SADC citizens. It also commended the ongoing development of the SADC model law on safe abortion as mandated by the Plenary Assembly, and urge member parliaments to actively champion it as a vital, harmonized regional framework while facilitating inclusive national consultations on its context-sensitive rights-based provisions. It urged national parliaments to advocate for the ratification and domestication of the Gender Protocol, accelerate the adoption of the gender-responsive budgeting, strengthen monitoring frameworks, implement reforms to address digital gender-based violence, and promote expanded intergenerational dialogue. It reaffirmed the SADC Parliamentary Forum's commitment to gender equality and youth empowerment and called for the development of a youth development scorecard alongside the institutionalization of multi-sectoral engagements and sustained resource allocation to ensure inclusive and effective regional implementation. It also emphasized the critical need for strengthened parliamentary oversight in the areas of health and labor by urging parliaments to ensure adequate domestic funding for health protocols, ring-fence resources for HIV and AIDS and TB programs, as well as expedite the ratification of the SADC Protocol on Employment and Labor. It strongly recommended that the SADC Parliamentary Forum advocate for elevation of the SADC SRHR strategy into a legally binding protocol to ensure uniform legal reforms, enforceable commitments, and mandatory budgetary allocation across member states, thereby strengthening accountability, enhancing implementation, and promoting sustainable progress in SRHR. It reiterated that regional economic integration relies on effective parliamentary action and urged member parliaments to prioritize the ratification of key trade industry protocols and their annexures aligned national legislation to eliminate non-tariff barriers and enhance oversight of executive commitments related to regional trade obligations. It also resolved to urge SADC member parliaments to fast-track ratification and domestication of the protocol on the facilitation of movement of persons, align national laws to support regional integration and unified investment zone, and enhance oversight to ensure timely implementation of related commitments. The Plenary Assembly adopted the report of the 151st Interparliamentary Union Assembly held in Geneva from the 19th to the 23rd of October 2025. It also welcomed the active participation of SADC member parliaments, acknowledged key outcomes, including the Geneva Declaration on Humanitarian Norms, resolution on illegal international adoptions, and the call for a female United Nations Secretary General, and commended both member parliaments for their continued engagement in global processes and the SADC Parliamentary Forum for its effective coordination, which ensures a unified SADC voice within the African geopolitical group. The Plenary Assembly expressed its deep gratitude to the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa, Honorable Angela Thokozile Titiza, and through her to the government and the peoples of the Republic of South Africa for their exceptional hospitality, flawless execution, and steadfast commitment to the resounding success of the 58th Plenary Assembly session. The Plenary Assembly also expressed its appreciation to the National Assembly of the Republic of Seychelles through Honorable Speaker Azarela Jolinda and Esther for offering to host the 59th Plenary Assembly schedule for the second quarter of 2026. This communique was presented at the eThekwini City, South Africa on 4th December 2025. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much. Yeah, she deserves it. Okay, the Secretary General shall read the sixth order of the day.
Closing statement for the 58th Plenary Assembly Session by the SADC-PF President, Honorable Randriana Solonaiko Setiniteri, and handover of gratitude letters to the South Africa Presidency and host Parliament.
Thank you very much. Vice President, can you? Vice President of Forum, Sylvia Isaacs. Our host, Honorable Angela Didisa, Speaker of National Assembly of Republic of South Africa. Honorable speakers and head of delegation, all honorable members of SADC, members of parliamentarians, Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum, and all of SADC-PF staff, clear and the Secretary General of SADC, member of plenary, all of the staff of National Plenary, Parliament, distinguished invited observer, ladies and gentlemen. We have successfully transacted all of the business on the agenda of the 58th Plenary Assembly, hosted by Parliament of Republic of South Africa. Here is the Serene eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality in the marvelous coastal city of Durban. Honorable members, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must from outset reiterate our gratitude to His Excellency Mutamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, who assigned the acting president, His Excellency Paul Massatil, to grace and address our official opening ceremony. You will agree with me that the acting president address was both insightful and encouraging for all of us. Honorable member, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the short time we have been here in Durban, we have covered all of impressive amount of parliamentary business. To be specific, we have considered 2 reports of executive committee, one on administrative matter and the other on finance issues. Through deliberation of this report, the plenary assembly has been updated and has guided the forum on the board arising issue affecting its operations. The 50 plenary assembly has reinforced our resolution stand to promote resolution solidarity More critical, the plenary assembly has highlighted the crucial role of parliamentary in legislative oversight and advocacy for us, the ratification and implement of region, continental and international commitment of advance of the right of citizens. In this vein, we, Members of Parliament, must play our pivotal roles in holding national government to account of their regional and international commitment. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, it remains for me to sincerely thank all of the 14 members of Parliament who have sent delegates to the 50 plenary assembly. This assembly has been a resulting success. Thanks to your attendance and participation, let me therefore take the opportunity to thank each one of you, honorable members, for your commitment and cooperation throughout this assembly. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I must also commend our gracious host, the people of South Africa, the leadership of province of KwaZulu-Natal and Itweni municipality for their warm hospitality. I wish to recognize further and appreciate the long hours of hard work put by the Jack and the staff of the Parliament of South Africa, resulting in the seamless arrangement made for our comfort and convenience during this meeting. Please join me to expressing our deepest gratitude to Honorable Speaker Angela Thokozile Didiza, who has graciously hosted us. Honorable Didiza, I believe I speak for all of the delegates when I say you have been a true representative of South Africa hospitality. I would be remiss if I did not praise you for treating us to excellent cuisine, drinking, and music during numerous dinner and events you have organized in honor of delegate. We might need a few weeks at the gym to work off the extra kilo gained here in Kize. I also wish thanks the Secretary General and her team, as all clerk and the Secretary General of Parliament and their staff, for their unwavering support to all of us. Without each, our meeting would not have run as smoothly as it did. It is now my distinct honor and profound privilege to declare the 50 plenary assembly session officially closed. Thank you very much. I therefore the plenary assembly until we meet again during the 59 plenary assembly session to be hosted by the Parliament of Republic of Seychelles on the date at the venue to be communicated in due course. I wish you all safe travel as you return to your respective country. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. C'est un beau gars, un beau gâteau. May I invite our the Vice President and South Africa speaker for the recognized letter. Again, thank you very much for hosting us here in this beautiful city. Please. I think here is the bed. Thank you again. I will now deliver my closing remark. After I am done delivering my remark, I will invite the military band to lead us in signing the at times of AU, SADC, and Republic of South Africa in that order as we close the 58th Plenary Assembly session. seat, please. I invite Secretary General to make announcement.
Honourable members, you are now free to go for lunch. A kind reminder that we have the closing dinner this evening, and information will be shared on your communication platforms. Further, that on Friday the 5th of December, we have excursions that have been arranged by our host, and we welcome members to participate as these have been done with us in mind. Departures are on the 6th of December. Your protocol officers shall facilitate accordingly. I thank you, Honourable President.
Thank you. Honourable members, we have concluded our proceedings for the 58th Plenary Assembly. I hereby adjourn the Plenary Assembly until the 59th Plenary Assembly session to be hosted by the Parliament of Republic of Seychelles. The specific date will be communicated due course. Thank you for your participation and dedication during this session. Have a safe travel. Thank you very much.
And there you have it. The gavel is down now on the 58th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum. Of course, it began on the 30th of November, and today is the 4th of December. It has been 5 days of deliberation, engagement, and coming to resolutions.
And as it closed with those 3 national anthems being played there by the KZN Army Band, the African Union National Anthem, the SADC Region National Anthem, and of course the host country's national anthem, our very own Nkosi Sikelel' iAfrika. And as the President has announced, and Tsepo just mentioned to you, that concludes the events of this 58th Plenary Assembly session.
And of course, this signals that the SADC is going, these parliaments will lead in climate mitigation, adaptation and social policy reform, not just governments or executive bodies. And that also the push toward a formal SADC parliament suggests that potential institutional shift, which of course talks to a stronger regional governance, architecture and legislative clout.
And of course, over 300 delegates attended from all 14. There's actually 15, but unfortunately Tanzania was not here.
Yes.
So those 300 delegates would have come from the 14 member states of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And of course, as Tsepo had indicated, that F might just fall away, yes, and it will be the SADC Parliament. And those delegates included presiding officers, speakers of parliaments, members of parliaments, and representatives of youth and women's parliamentary structures.
And of course, the conversation was around the theme, of which the theme was the impact of climate change on women and youth, and of course, that the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation. Now, of course, all of that started with an opening ceremony on the 30th of November, where we had the keynote address that was introduced by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, underlining that the climate crisis is not just a crisis of individual countries, but of the region as a whole, and also noting that it is, of course, an issue of inequality as well, ensuring that women and youth must be included at the table of policy making and decision making.
And of course, at the opening ceremony, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South Africa and the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum emphasized the need for stronger regional unity, enhanced climate governance, and accelerated efforts towards a fully fledged SADC parliament, of which we spoke to earlier, that likely to see the F falling away. Of course, you would have also seen that a number of reports from the 57th plenary sessions were adopted, and what is left now is the implementation of those reports.
And of course, they also spoke to the climate crisis, and that it was framed as a crisis of inequality, as we mentioned. Now, the impacts of floods, droughts, storms, and water scarcity hit women and youth more than the other designated groups. And of course, these are conversations that have been had throughout the whole week with the SADC regions, sitting together, talking about the challenges that they face and trying to find solutions that are more tangible and more solution-based. And of course, ensuring that policies are gender sensitive and policies include the youth, because they are the most hard hit.
For sure. For sure, Tsepo, we need the inclusion of women and young people in all decision making, because they are the ones that are most affected by the decision that gets taken today. They are the future. And parliaments were urged also to evolve from passive approvers of budgets to active legislative actors, crafting laws on renewable energy, water and land management, climate adaptation, and gender-responsive budgeting.
And of course, throughout the conversations that we have had right here on Parliament TV, the main issue has been how to respond, and also how do governments become proactive and lose being a reactive government instead. So ensuring that there's proper communication between governments and people, ensuring that NGOs are also they are part of the conversations, ensuring that people also participate in these meetings that are had, whether it's council meetings, whether it is parliaments that are also engaging on these issues, and ensuring that citizens are also informed and form part of this decision making.
And of course, just to remind you, all the discussions that took place here were guided by the theme, the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And the focus, as I've said, it was on climate policy and regional cooperation. Delegates committed to aligning national legislation with international and regional climate frameworks. For an example, agreements under the Paris Agreement and regional climate change strategies.
And of course, you're still watching Parliament TV. The SADC-PF 58th plenary has just adjourned. Stay tuned.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC Region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC-PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADC-PF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Day 5, the final day of the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly, has just adjourned in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. But as we close this chapter here in South Africa, we're already getting a glimpse of what to expect next. It is my distinct honor to now be joined by the distinguished leader who will be our regional family host next year, 2026. And this is the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Honorable Azarel Ersta. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for receiving me.
And of course, Madam Speaker, let's just start over and talk about what is it that you've taken away from this plenary session that has happened all week?
Well, what I've taken away is certainly a lot of warmth, new friendships,
yes,
a bit of networking, but the seriousness with which, the SADC-PF takes the issue of climate change and how it affects especially women and young people. So that is certainly something I'm going back with, and there's plenty of ideas already in my head, which will be acted upon.
Now, with that, of course, your country is beautiful, right? And you are an advocate for ocean conservation. Is that going to be part of the theme, or is that part of the discussion in ensuring that next year the conversations carry on?
I would like to say that that would be part of it, but I'm more about people and recognizing that we are actually part and parcel of nature.
Yes.
So this will probably be part of it, but there's also the issue with digital violence against women. It's not something that we can let go of. So certainly I will be thinking about that, digital violence, bringing more to the public what it's like for women online. Everything is digitalized. That includes violence against women.
Of course.
So certainly that will be part of the conversation. But getting people to remember that we're all in this together, Ubuntu, and we're part of nature.
Yes.
We're not separate from it. We're part and parcel of it. So if I bring that conversation, it will be in that manner.
So we're talking women rights as well, which was the focus as well with part of the SADC-PF, but also looking at AI, digital violence as well. So that is something that we'll be focusing on in 2026.
Definitely. Yesterday, I was looking at a report from my country. There's this huge resort being built on one of the islands. It's quite a controversial issue, and there's been an injunction set against it, so now it's stopped. And there's this young lady who's leading the sort of like the fight against these huge resorts, and she's an environmentalist. She's really, concerned about how these things are going. And because I saw it through Facebook, and unfortunately I also saw the harassment. I also saw the bullying. I also saw the comments, not at what she was doing, but on her personally. So again, this is something that I will most certainly be bringing up.
And Madam Speaker, of course, from your experience here in South Africa, from the logistics to the administration in terms of hosting this, what are some of your takeaways in terms of Seychelles being the host next year?
This will not be necessarily my first experience with hosting something for the Africa region. We hosted way back the Commonwealth, the CPA Africa region. So for me, what I've seen is really how the warmth and the joy that's been the way we've been received. And this is certainly part and parcel of my culture. With regards to administration, I must say the Secretary General and her staff are amazing. They are absolutely wonderful. The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa takes it to another level. So we really have our work cut out for us for the 59th plenary. But I'm also quite certain that we, normally people say about Seychelles, we are unique by 1,000 miles. We are unique by 1,000 miles. And we're going to be showcasing that for you in the 59th.
And apart from the uniqueness, what else can the SADC regions can expect? And also, what is it that the people from the Seychelles can expect from the 59th Assembly that will be hosted in your country?
I think what the people of Seychelles can expect is more of a let's call it not reintegration really,
connection, reconnecting. You know, we're an island. We're not on the mainland, and there's vast differences, but there's also quite a lot of things that we have in common. You know, so connecting again to the people in the SADC-PF region, connecting to, I mean, the way we've been welcomed by the Speaker of the Parliament of South Africa is just, I mean, I love her voice. She calls it her rally voice. I will never have a rally voice because I don't attend rallies, but it's the connection really, connecting again to what is it that makes us part and parcel of the South African, Southern African region, and really connecting and bringing forward everything that we can as well. How can we not just benefit, but also what can we do to advance, you know, the agenda? Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament
Definitely.
TV. We cannot wait
for
the 59th Plenary Assembly.
We can't wait either. Really looking forward to it. I'm quite excited.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, you've heard it here live. The bridge from Durban 2025 to Seychelles 2026 is being built with intention and vision. Now, you're still watching Parliament TV. Of course, it was the conclusion of the 58th Plenary Assembly. Stay tuned.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC Region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC-PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADC-PF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.